member of the Scottish Parliament standing down effectively because of her ongoing friendship with Sean Morton. And it is extraordinary that this was open news, openly known, not news, that Doyle was still a friend of Morton, and yet he was made appear. I mean, in the Labour Party, if you are on the left of the Labour Party and you retweet something that's from an opposition party, people have been suspended for that. However, if you're in the ruling clique of the Labour Party, you can be friends with a sex offender and your reward is a peerage.
I mean, that definitely is the view of some people out there who feel that the political class is so out of touch with people and the issues that concern them. I want to ask you this as well, though, because, of course, you're a former MSP, and it was, of course, Anna Sowell, the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, who tried to pull the trigger in a way by calling for the Prime Minister to resign from the leadership. Do you think this has backfired on him now, though, and will this cost the Scottish Labour Party in upcoming elections?
Well, I think it's backfired spectacular. It's like Carry On Coup and Anna Sowell and Jackie Bailey were like Sid James and Hattie Jakes in the Carry On series the other day. Clearly they had lined up people to follow them. There had been an orchestrated attempt at a coup, probably involving West Street, probably involving the First Minister of Wales, because there's no way Anna Sowell was going to move up the top himself. And when he did, he was left standing alone, looking very foolish as the others cowered in the trenches. So I think it was shambolic, to say the least.
Shambolic, you might say, but you are part of the Labour movement. As someone who I assume still cares about the Labour cause, what can get things back on track, if anything, then?
Well, I'm no longer a member of the party. I resigned my membership over the cuts, disability benefit cuts. That was the final straw for me. And the Labour Party to get back onto an agenda that resonates with working people.
Yes, guys, welcome to my live. Doing some cooking. I'm doing outside cooking, but gotta leave the thing inside here.
So we need to be talking about job security. We need to be talking about fair pay for everyone. We need to be talking about the housing crisis. We need to be coming up with answers to these problems. The health service, the decline in public services across the board. These are the issues that people care about. These are the issues that are affecting ordinary working class people every day, like people in the community that I live in, and that's what they want to see. The Labour government delivering on, and it's what they are not delivering on. And instead what we've seen is a tax on people who are working people and vulnerable people with things like the two-child cap decision, the winter fuel allowance, the failure to deal with the War State injustice. These issues are what are eroding Starmer's government's popularity, and he has shown zero leadership in any of this, and he has to take the blame.
Well, thank you very much for your thoughts, Neil Finlay. And of course, it will be a very interesting Prime Minister's questions to watch in a couple of hours from now, won't it? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Some breaking news to bring you in the world of sport, and Thomas Frank has been sacked by Tottenham after Tuesday's 2-1 home defeat to Newcastle. Thomas Frank had been in the job just under 8 months, and at the match yesterday there were fans who were chanting, "You're getting sacked." Not a surprise, but we'll bring you more on that from our BBC Sports Centre in a moment. But that breaking news that Thomas Frank's been sacked as the manager of Spurs. Around the world across the UK, this is BBC News.
Yes, guys, welcome. I'm doing some outside cooking. I'm gonna fry some stuff, so I'm washing my fryer and stuff like that, yeah?
Tottenham after just under 8 months in charge in a moment. But some more breaking news to bring you as well, because in the last couple of hours, police in Arizona have released a man who was detained for questioning over the disappearance 10 days ago of the mother of a high-profile US TV presenter. Nancy Guthrie is believed to have been kidnapped at night from her home in Tucson. The man, identified only as Carlos, told reporters he didn't even know who Nancy Guthrie was. Of course, she is the mother of Savannah Guthrie. On Tuesday, the FBI released photos and video of an armed individual in a full-face banner plaza, apparently tampering with a front door camera outside Nancy Guthrie's home. Well, let's go live now to New York and join our CBS News correspondent, Bradley Blackburn. So, Bradley, there was a lot of interest around this arrest, but now the person who was being detained has now been released. What more have the authorities been saying?
Yeah, there was the hope that this was finally a break in this case, but then he was released. He was detained during a traffic stop in a town near the border, about an hour outside of Tucson. He was initially described as a person of interest by authorities, and they spent hours searching his vehicle and his home. But after he was released, he then spoke to reporters, including one of my CBS News colleagues on the ground in Arizona. And that he said that he works as a delivery driver, but he has no idea why he was stopped and questioned, and that he doesn't know anything about Nancy Guthrie. He said that he doesn't even know who Savannah Guthrie is and has never watched the Today Show.
So the question is there any connection at all to the latest development that we had of those new images of that doorbell camera?
Authorities have said that they're making some progress in the case. We know that they've been scouring not only that doorbell camera footage, but also security camera footage from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, looking for any vehicles in the area at the time of her disappearance. And so this traffic stop happened just hours after they shared that new footage that was recovered from the doorbell camera.
Blessings, guys. Blessings.
It
Blessings.
took some time to recover it. Initially, they said that it had been deleted or overwritten, but they were able to capture those images. It shows, as you described, a masked person wearing gloves outside her front door, and they're obviously trying to identify that person, and they're asking for the public's help.
Indeed, and where are we on the ransom? Because, of course, a few days ago we saw Savannah Guthrie in a very heartfelt plea, a video that she posted on social media, and then there was talk about potentially a ransom being paid, and the demand was that was some $6 million, I understand, in Bitcoin. Do we have any more updates from the authorities on what came about with that?
Nothing official from authorities or from the family. We know that they were engaging with those notes, taking them seriously, but they were never able to confirm that they were in fact legitimate. But they did treat them seriously. And we know that this family is still fighting for answers. Yesterday, Savannah Guthrie did post that doorbell camera footage to social media, pleading for anyone who knows that person to contact authorities. And she did say about her mom that
Marco, big up Marco, big up Marco.
Bring her home.
Emmy.
Bradley Blackburn, we really do hope she is brought home, don't we? Thank you very much
Marco.
for the very latest on that story, joining us from New York.
Yes, Atlantica. You know, it's like I see no chat on me.
Phone
Phone me I stream with, but I forget it on the next phone.
After just under 8
So I didn't
months
see,
in charge, it follows that 2-1 defeat
what you
at
guys
home
right.
to
I didn't
Newcastle
see that.
on Tuesday.
I've seen it now. On
Well,
the next
let's
phone.
speak now to Hugh Ferris at BBC Sports Centre. Hugh, the fans were calling for this last night, if you listen to what people were saying in the stands. Not a surprise, but not great for the club right now.
Not great for the club right now, apart from that Europa League win last year. It has been difficult, particularly in the Premier League, over an extended period of time for Spurs and their fans who
Doing some cooking on the outside.
But also the last few
Jerking
games,
some chicken, and I'm gonna fry some chicken and some fish.
Thomas Frank. He has
Gonna fry some chicken and some fish on the outside.
in the Premier
At the
League.
moment, it's kind of raining, but
Perilously placed.
still have to get that done.
That defeat to Newcastle United on Tuesday night. No wins in 8 games, just 2 in the last 17.
Yes, Atlantica, same to you as well. This is our little spot where we just cook some food and do some things, and you know, jerk on outside and all of that. Bless up, yeah?
Relegation battle, if they are, and the numbers certainly suggest so, and they may well be in that relegation battle under a new manager, whether it's be an interim appointment or indeed a permanent one remains to be seen. But this is what Thomas Frank said. He was determined last night to tell everybody that in fact his job was safe and that he felt good despite that reaction from the stands. Have a listen to this.
And also understand it's, how can you say, directed against me. That's the easiest way to do it. what I'm also 100% sure about, it's a team effort. It's not only one person. We're all aligned and know what needs to be done. And the next thing I can promise is that I will work very hard every single day to do everything I can to turn around with other good people.
Yeah, Thomas Frank, who took Brentford up into the Premier League, really outperformed any sort of expectations for the team of that size with that sort of budget in England's top flight, couldn't replicate that in just the 8 months he was given, as you mentioned, Regini, in charge of Spurs. He signed a 3-year contract, and led to believe it cost Spurs around £7 million to hire Thomas Frank and his staff. They're going to have a pretty sizable payout as well, given that they have sacked him just 8 months into that 3 years in charge. More throughout the day, of course, both here on BBC News and BBC Sport Online.
Okay, thank you very much, Hugh. And of course, the search will begin as well for his replacement. That breaking news there that Spurs have sacked head coach Thomas Frank. There's loads more on that story on the BBC News website. I'll be back after a short break. Don't go away. I'm Regina Guyden-Arden. Stay with us here on BBC News.
Hello again. Over the next few days we are looking at further spells of rain pushing northwards and in some locations sinking southwards. There'll be some snow as well. Most of that will be in the hills, and then as we head towards the end of the week it's going to be colder but briefly brighter. Now what we have at the moment is a weather front going north. This one very close to the southwest will bring in some rain later. So there's a mixture of rain and in Scotland some hill snow, gusty winds coming in from the east, but brightening up with a few showers across some southern counties. And through the latter part of the afternoon, we'll see more rain coming into the southwest with strengthening winds. Still mild in the south, cooler in the north. Through this evening and overnight, we can see all this rain moving swiftly across southern counties and clearing. Again, a lot of cloud around, some hill snow, where we see some clear skies. We're likely to have some fog patches forming, and a chilly night in the north, milder in the south. But it's going to change from the north tomorrow because the cloud, the rain and the hill snow will continue to push southwards. Brighter skies following Scotland with some snow showers potentially down to lower levels. Brighter skies in the southwest with a few showers. Still hanging on to the mild air in the very far south, but in the north it's getting colder. And that cold air is going to sweep across us all on Friday. And on Saturday, more sunshine, but rain coming in from the west will push east.
It's a turbulent time for America's tourism industry. International travel has slumped in the wake of more stringent border controls and a backlash against Donald Trump's policies. So can this summer's World Cup help turn things around, or will tourists continue to stay away? That's this week on Talking Business, here on BBC News.
In Talking Movies, pictures Sinners making Academy Awards history with a record 16 nominations. And I'll be reporting from Europe, where European-backed films and productions are making their presence felt in this year's Oscars race like never before. Join me, Tom Brooke, for Talking Movies on BBC iPlayer.
President Donald Trump says he's scored successes at home and abroad, but his policies have drawn controversy and opposition. So what's the impact on America and the world? We'll break down what it all means. So do join me, Katrina Perry, and me, Sumi Somaskanda, on the President's Path on BBC News.
I promise this isn't how I drive.
Action. The director can come over to me and say, hey, I just want to add a little jerk here or an extra bump there, and in a few clicks of a button I can do that.
This is the forefront of the technology. Why do we want a cell phone network on the moon? There are no people there. There are no people yet.
What's in my hands are tiny, lab-grown brains. This is what everybody wants to get their hands on.
Doctor, this is a really significant change in the game.
What have you found already? 10 billion new genes?
There are currently tens of thousands of untreatable diseases with existing tools. We think we can make a dent in that.
This revolutionized all electronics.
Technology like this is part of what will accelerate the capabilities of the future.
We're developing and commercializing space-based solar power.
We expect to have biocomputers consume hundreds times less energy.
God, something really major here that's never been done in video games.
Tech Now. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
BBC Verified, we use forensic investigative techniques and tools to fact-check stories, verify information and counter disinformation. Using data analysis and the latest technology, our journalists examine the evidence and get to the facts. Watch our BBC Verified reports on the BBC News channel or go online to find out more.
This is BBC News, the latest headlines. At least 9 people have been killed in a mass shooting at a school and nearby home in Western Canada. The suspected attacker is also found dead. After a bruising week, Sir Keir Starmer is expected to face a challenging Prime Minister's questions in a couple of hours from now. The head of Instagram is due to testify today in the case against his company, which prosecutors in the US accuse of creating addiction machines. Hello, I'm Regina Vaidyanathan. Well, of course, we did mention a short while ago that Thomas Frank has been sacked by Tottenham after just under 8 months in charge. It follows that dismal 2-1 defeat at home to Newcastle on Tuesday. But there's also other sports news to talk about as well, because of course the Winter Olympics are in full swing on day 5 of the event. Well, Team GB have failed to grab a medal in these games, so what's going wrong? Well, let's go back to Hugh Ferris at the BBC Sports Centre. So, Hugh,
yes, guys, thanks for joining my live.
If you've got any other updates on Thomas Frank, of course, do add them in afterwards as well.
Wow, okay. A blank slate for me. Thank you, Regina. Yes, we'll
Listen,
start
yeah, I'm doing some cooking on the outside.
For the first time in 12 years, players in North America's National Hockey League are appearing in the games, and the men's tournament in Milan Cortina starts later on Wednesday. The pro players aren't just turning out for the 2 favourites, that's the USA and Canada, but throughout the competing nations, including the opening game between Finland and Slovakia. The 2022 gold and bronze medalists, respectively. Meanwhile, in the women's competition, a meeting of those top 2 in the world rankings was surprisingly one-sided. The USA beating Canada 5-0. That is a record victory margin between these two, while the losing team, Canada, failed to score for the first time in women's Olympic history. The women's rounded off by Hannah Bilker, second of the night, and then Layla Edwards. It secures a top place in Group A for the USA. That means they avoid any sort of extra game in the playoffs. It is a direct place for them in the quarterfinals. Elsewhere then, a couple of talking points. An interesting one from the Ukrainian athlete at Games who has been banned from wearing a helmet featuring images of people killed during the Russian invasion of his country. And he says that he will continue to wear it despite the ruling by the IOC, who said the skeleton racer Vladislav Hereskevich's helmet broke the rules laid down in the Olympic Charter, which do not allow any gestures of a political nature during competition. Heraskevich has instead been told he can wear a black armband, but he intends to keep the helmet on for his next race on Thursday.
I disagree with this decision because I truly believe that we didn't violate any rules. Rule 50, political propaganda, discriminational propaganda, or racial propaganda is definitely not about this helmet. Plan is, I use it all trainings. So I used it at 8, I used it yesterday, I used it today, I will use it tomorrow, and I will use it on the race day.
Well, another emotional moment for US figure skater Maxim Normov. He held up that photo of his parents, who were killed in a plane crash in Washington, D.C. last year after his men's short programme on the ice. He got a season's best score for his performance and dedicated his triumph to his mum and dad.
They're my superheroes. They're my role models. My biggest support system. And I just wanted to make them proud here. My dad said everything is practice until the Olympics, so man, I can't describe to you in words how much I felt what he just said, and also to be able to step up to the occasion. It's there's no words.
Meanwhile, Slovenia successfully defended their ski jumping mixed team title, but there was something a little different this time 4 years ago. Brother and sister Domen and Nika Previc became the first siblings to win a medal on the so-called normal hill at the same Olympics. They were part of the Slovenian quartet with Anza Lancek and Nika Vodan, who clinched the gold, with Norway securing silver and Japan the bronze. For Nika Previc, it was a second medal at Milan Cortina. It came 3 days after she secured silver in the women's individual.
I dream about a moment
winning an Olympic medal, but I never thought about winning it with my brother, and this is much more special. One of the best moments in my life, and I will let it go to continue.
Welcome, welcome to my live, yeah?
Action actually came outside of any competition because Norwegian biathlete Sturla Holm Lygrid has been reflecting on his decision to confess on live television to having cheated on his girlfriend. It came moments after winning bronze at the Games in the 20-kilometre individual biathlon. He said it's been the worst week of my life since he told his girlfriend of 6 months about the affair.
I haven't got any reactions from the girl that I mentioned. And I'm happy because then maybe she hasn't seen it, maybe she will see it at the right time. I hope I don't make anything worse for her, but maybe it can help, I don't know. I hope there's a happy ending in the end, so we will see what time will be.
Where will the drama be on Wednesday? Well, the men's Super G has just started, a particularly significant event on the slopes. It's a hybrid of downhill and slalom. The world champion Marco Odermatt of Switzerland will be the man to beat. The winner is in a couple of hours' time. There's also plenty more to look forward to. You can head to the BBC Sport website for all the details.
Big up yourself.
And indeed everything that's happening with all those. On day 5, plus, as you mentioned, Regina, we have the very latest from Tottenham Hotspur, who have sacked their manager, Thomas Frank, after just under 8 months in charge. Plenty more to talk about on the BBC Sport website and app.
Indeed, Hugh. We say it's busy in news, but it's also busy in sport for you today. Brace yourself. Thanks for the moment, Hugh. Now, the Instagram chief, Adam Mosseri, is due to testify later in Los Angeles in the case against social media giants. Instagram's parent company Meta and Google's YouTube face claims their platforms deliberately cause addiction and therefore harm children. YouTube's legal team insisted on Tuesday that the Google-owned video platform wasn't intentionally addictive. Let's hear from our North America technology correspondent Lily Jamali, who's across the case.
At court on Tuesday, a lawyer for YouTube tried to counter some of the arguments that we've heard from the plaintiff's attorneys, who say that Meta and YouTube both created addiction machines that they likened to digital casinos.
Welcome to my life.
YouTube, saying that
doing some cooking on the outside.
It's not infinite, in fact, and he used the plaintiff's watch history to try and make that case, saying that if you looked at her average daily use over the last 5 years, that she's only been on YouTube for a couple of minutes each day. He also pointed to the criticism being leveled at YouTube's recommendation algorithm to say that those types of algorithms are actually very common. You see them on Netflix, you see them on Amazon, that they are a reality of the modern day internet. On Wednesday, we are expecting to hear from Instagram head Adam Mosseri. He will help bolster his company's case that they are not responsible for the mental health harm suffered by this plaintiff. And next week, we will hear from Mark Zuckerberg in a case that is expected to test a pretty novel legal theory that social media platforms are designed to be addictive and therefore cause personal injury.
That's Lily Jamali there, and of course we will stay across that case as it begins in Los Angeles. Now, a 13-year-old boy has spent the night in police custody after being arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. 2 boys were stabbed at northwest London at a school on Tuesday. The victims, a 12-year-old and a 13-year-old, are both believed to be in a serious condition. Let's hear from our correspondent Divya Felwar, who's outside the school.
Well, you can see the lower school here in northwest London is closed this morning after what's been described as a deeply traumatic event for the entire school community. Officers were called to the school yesterday afternoon after reports that a 13-year-old boy had been stabbed. And when they got here, they learned that another boy, a 12-year-old student, had also been stabbed. Both boys are currently in hospital, believed to be in a serious condition. We've seen officers coming in and out of the school this morning as a major investigation is underway. We know that it's being led by counter-terror officers, although it's not being treated as a terrorist incident yet.
Okay, and what's the reaction of people that you've been speaking to in the area?
Well, we've spoken to some students who are going to the upper school, and there is real shock and sadness. No one would have thought that something like this would have happened on their school, and as the headmaster wrote a letter, which was on the school's website, that this is a deeply traumatic event for the entire school community. And you'll remember that last year, a similar stabbing, a 15-year-old boy was stabbed and fatally killed in a school in Sheffield in February. And that's now renewed calls for knife archers, essentially walking metal detectors in all schools and colleges around the country. Although the Minister for School Standards, who was on breakfast earlier this morning, has said that there are no plans to introduce that just yet, although definitely renewed calls for it.
Vivian Thorwell there. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Wales's three-day tour of Saudi Arabia is drawing to a close. The three-day trip requested by the British government aims to strengthen ties with a key Middle Eastern ally and a major regional player, while the Prince visited a nature reserve to learn about a programme reintroducing endangered species. Before arriving in Saudi Arabia, the Prince and Princess of Wales issued their first public statement about Jeffrey Epstein's scandal, saying they were deeply concerned by the continued revelations and for the victims. It's a story which has followed them on this trip.
Sir, to what extent do you think the royal family has done enough around the Andrew and Epstein issue? Sir, to what extent do you think the royal family has done enough around the Andrew and Epstein issue?
In the studio by our royal correspondent Sarah Campbell. So that trip, first of all, let's talk about it. It's come to a close. There have been some concerns, I think, before it began about the fact that the Prince was going, given some of the criticisms over the Saudi Arabia human rights record. But I think, broadly speaking, the trip passed, in terms of what's happened on the ground, fairly smoothly, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a significant trip. I mean, all of these trips are always organised by the Foreign Office, and they are about building ties between two countries, so between the UK and Saudi Arabia. You talked about the fact there are complications, so yesterday all the talk was about female empowerment, talking about sort of social issues like that, trying to deal with that. Today, we can see the pictures there. I mean, it's true to say this will be William's happy place. He is all about ecology, the environment, and so he spent this morning outside of Riyadh, which is where he spent the last couple of days. This is a nature reserve, a huge nature reserve, the Sharan Nature Reserve, meeting rangers, talking about some rebalancing of fragile ecosystems, literally getting his hands dirty, because what royal trip wouldn't be the same without planting a tree, and at one point he did plant a tree. So today will have been good, and these are the pictures that Prince William will have wanted the world to have seen about his trip to Saudi Arabia. But as we saw there was that question that was thrown to him yesterday about the royal family, about Jeffrey Epstein, about his uncle, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor. And, you know, we can't escape the fact that whilst this trip may have been deemed to be successful in terms of the cultural ties between the two countries, it has, to a large extent, been overshadowed by all the questions that continue to be asked about Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
Now, as that trip began, there was this statement that we got from the Prince and Princess of Wales, their first public statement since the Epstein scandal has re-emerged in recent months and years. They said they were deeply concerned, but does that really kind of close the lid on what we might hear from them?
I don't know whether it closes the lid on what we might hear from them. It certainly doesn't close the lid as far as the public debate about what the royal family should be doing. I mean, obviously we had that statement which referenced the victims. The King also issues a statement that same day, that was Monday, with a similar line about the victims, and also talking about police investigations that the palace would be willing to support. Talked about the profound concerns that he had about the allegations levelled against his younger brother. And just to give you the very latest on that, because we know that Thames Valley Police are continuing to assess whether there are grounds to investigate a complaint. This has been put forward by the anti-monarchy group Republic, which reported him for suspected misconduct in public office and breach of official secrets. This relates to the time that he spent as a UK trade envoy, and some of the files found in the Epstein files, the latest release, suggested that he had sent information about confidential trips that he was on to the Far East, that he had sent both his itineraries and then reports about those trips direct to Jeffrey Epstein. So Thames Valley Police are looking into those claims. Also yesterday we had a news conference in the States because, as we know, there are increasing calls in the States for Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to go to Congress and tell them what they know or what he knows about Jeffrey Epstein. Yesterday, some of the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, along with leading Democrats, held a news conference, and Virginia Giuffre's brother was directly asked, should Andrew come over, and he said yes, he should show up. And the Democratic, Senate Democratic leader, Chuck Schumer, asked that question as well, and he agrees that that is what the former prince should do. So there's no sign of the pressure abating on Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, who does deny allegations against him, deny any allegations of wrongdoing, and hasn't commented on his latest batch of Epstein files and the allegations contained within them.
It's been quite an abrupt silence, hasn't there, from him in relation to all of the latest revelations, haven't there, Sarah? Thank you very much for bringing us up to date on all those many angles there. Well, as Sarah was mentioning, there's increased pressure in the United States around Andrew Mountbatten Windsor from members of Congress. Well, one of the most prominent critics who has been calling for Andrew to appear before officials in the US is the Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna. He's been speaking to my colleague Katrina Perry.
In terms of the UK interest in much of this and the relationship that Andrew Mountbatten Windsor had with Jeffrey Epstein, the King has said that the royal family will cooperate with Thames Valley Police, one of the police forces in the UK, on this. Do you have a message for King Charles for what he should advise his brother to do, or as head of the royal family, what he should perhaps instruct him to do?
I think the King has already been paying attention to what Thomas Massey and I said. I gave an interview saying that this may put the British monarchy in jeopardy, and the next thing I know, King Charles said, well, we should have a political prosecution, or independent prosecution investigation of his brother. My advice would be to come clean, to do a press conference with the British people, the American people, of what the royal family knew, what their action they're going to take. They have a large wealth. They should probably be compensating some of these survivors for the horrors that have taken place. And
we should just say that Andrew has completely denied any wrongdoing there, Congressman. So if you're talking about compensation and so on, there has been a historic settlement with one individual, but he has denied any wrongdoing. But I take your point there about sharing that information. And aside from a press conference, would you like to see Andrew Mountbatten Windsor come to the US and speak to yourself?
Welcome, guys. Welcome.
Absolutely, I think that's appropriate, and it's not just the compensation in terms of, it's clear that the royal family, from all I've seen, have not been transparent. They finally are now saying there should be an investigation. These women have been denied justice, and they've been denied justice by the powers that be in our country and in Britain and around the world. And I think there has to be a reckoning with that of the global elite.
Congressman
Okay.
Connor there on his calls for Andrew Mount.
Welcome to my live, guy. Where are you streaming from?
The United States. There's loads more, of course.
Let me know. Where are you
Call out
streaming
from
from?
the
Ask any
latest
question.
polls on the BBC News website. Now, 3 major US agencies have testified before the House Homeland Security Committee for the first time since the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. Democratic members of the committee have called for more accountability from the Trump administration. It's after federal immigration agents killed 2 people who were protesting against those immigration raids. Our correspondent Tom Bateman has more on those hearings.
Well, what we saw really from the outset was an attempt by Democrats on the committee to, I think, both express their ongoing sense of anger about the nature of President Donald Trump's mass deportation drive, but also to search for accountability over the killings of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, with these highest-ranking officials from the 3 main agencies for border and immigration in the Department of Homeland Security sitting in front of them. But it was clear right from the start they weren't going to get answers to questions about the deaths of those 2 US citizens in Minneapolis. You had the head of ICE, the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, and Customs and Border Protection, both saying that they couldn't answer those questions because there were active investigations into those deaths. And there was one pretty heated moment, an exchange between Eric Swalwell, a Democrat of California, and Todd Lyons, the head of ICE, with Mr. Swalwell trying to push him on whether there had been any disciplinary action against any agents during these immigration raids, to which the answer was coming back from Mr. Lyons, he didn't have the numbers and he would have to come back. And the Democrat of California was pretty unsatisfied with that. Republicans on the committee were overwhelmingly backing border security and the immigration raids themselves, suggesting it was protesters and observers in these cities that were putting agents at risk. They said because of their activities, something that the agency heads were backing as well. An interesting moment from Andrew Garbarino, the Republican chair of the committee. I think he was trying to walk a line between supporting the Trump administration's policy overall, but doing the job of holding to account these officials as committee chair, and he did suggest that there had been a loss of public trust and that their credibility was on the line because of the way these operations had been carried out. And all of this, as we head towards the end of this week, with the prospects of another partial shutdown, because lawmakers haven't been able to reach agreement over the demand from Democrats for reforms within the Department of Homeland Security over these immigration raids.
That's Tom Bateman in Washington there. Now, school buildings here in England are fragile. Many need refurbishing or replacing. A group of MPs has warned in a new report. The Education Select Committee says despite progress made to remove dangerous concrete known as RAC, significant concerns remain. With more, here's our education reporter Hayley Clark.
More than 2 years after a crisis affecting hundreds of schools, some schools are still dealing with removing RAC from their buildings.
So this is a PE department at Scottish School. As you can see, there's plenty of mitigation in place to support the RAC ceiling that we have here.
RAC, or reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, is a cheaper alternative to standard concrete with a lifespan of around 30 years and became headline news when several school ceilings collapsed. Today, a new report from the Education Select Committee says that despite the government making significant progress in removing RAC, the experience is still impacting pupils' learning, with some students still relying on temporary classrooms.
This crisis has been hugely disruptive for schools that have been found to have RAC, and it has laid bare the wider conditions within the school estate and also the lack of information that was held by schools and their multi-academy trusts about the buildings for which they were responsible.
The government has committed to fully removing RAC from schools by the end of this Parliament. Today's report is also calling for longer-term funding to repair other building issues. 700,000 pupils were learning in buildings in need of major refurbishment or replacement, according to a recent report from the National Audit Office. And almost 4 in 10 school buildings were past their estimated design life.
We need a plan that helps get our school estates
back on track and make sure that head teachers can focus on the teaching and learning and the well-being of the people in those buildings, and know that those buildings are safe going forward into a new decade ahead of us.
Today, the government has announced their 10-year vision for improving school buildings, which includes new plans to make schools greener and more inclusive by design. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson says it marks a turning point, and may say they will spend $38 billion over this Parliament to create buildings that are fit for the future. For some schools, improvements can't come soon enough. Hayley Clark, BBC News.
That's it for this half an hour. There's plenty more on all the stories that we've covered on the BBC News website. I'll be back after a short break. Don't go away.
Hello again. Over the next few days we are looking at further spells of rain pushing northwards and in some occasions sinking southwards. There'll be some snow as well. Most of that will be in the hills, and then as we head towards the end of the week it's going to be colder but briefly brighter. Now what we have at the moment is a weather front going north. This one very close to the southwest will bring in some rain later. So there's a mixture of rain, and in Scotland some hill snow, gusty winds coming in from the east, but brighten up with a few showers across some southern counties, and through the latter part of the afternoon we'll see more rain coming into the southwest with strengthening winds. Still mild in the south, cooler in the north. Through this evening and overnight we can see all this rain moving swiftly across southern counties and clearing. Again, a lot of cloud around, some hill snow, where we see some clear skies we're likely to have some fog patches forming, and a chilly night in the north, milder in the south. But it's going to change from the north tomorrow because the cloud, the rain and the hill snow will continue to push southwards. Brighter skies follow in Scotland with some snow showers potentially down to lower levels. Brighter skies in the southwest with a few showers. Still hanging on to the mild air in the very far south, but in the north it's getting colder. And that cold air is going to sweep across us all on Friday. And on Saturday, more sunshine, but rain coming in from the west will push east.
The wash of blue, that colour of nature, the seas, the sky, is so immersive.
A lot of the fantasy that I have read is unsatisfactory for me because it's not interested in psychologists, not interested in how people think or feel. I'm interested in people and the way they grow.
If you are fully in the moment, you are totally responding in the moment to everything that's happening. And when you're doing theatre, that can change night after night to live, a living, breathing, active thing.
I suppose to the outside world, the most visible part of the London Film Festival is the red carpet. And this year it brought out some of the biggest names in the film industry.
I think there is too little architecture in this world. We desperately need places that bring peace, that bring positivity.
Inspiring arts and culture. Watch on iPlayer.
Yes, guys, talk to me. What's happening? What are you talking about? What would you like to talk
The girl
about?
who walked into the BBC in 1999 as a trainee would not have believed the experiences that I have had. When I first started covering women's sport, many people weren't terribly interested. The first time I realised that the women's game had progressed as much as it has was when England played Wembley for the first time ever. Wembley Way is packed with supporters. We just walked down there to get to the stadium, to turn around and look around that stadium, packed out. We do try to be impartial as a journalist, but I'm not ashamed to say I shed a tear on that day. They had achieved something every little girl now dreams of. Representation is incredibly important because you've got to see it to be it. I've been incredibly privileged to have had front seats to watch women's sport grow into this incredible force. And now we've got the next generation waiting in the wings to hopefully take it further.
Live from London, this is BBC News. At least 9 people are killed and 25 injured at a school and home in Camden.
We can't imagine what the community is going through, but I know it's causing us all to hug our kids a little bit tighter tonight.
Police released a man questioned over the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie in the US. New release video shows a masked person outside the home of the mother of a well-known TV presenter on the morning of her disappearance. A former Florida police chief says he received a call from Donald Trump 20 years ago in which he said everyone knew about Jeffrey Epstein's behaviour. After a bruising week for Sir Keir Starmer, we'll look ahead to what will be a challenging Prime Minister's questions in an hour from now. And Tottenham Hotspur's boss Thomas Frank is sacked just 8 months after taking charge of the club. Hello, I'm Eugenie Dinarden. At least 9 people have been killed and dozens injured in a mass shooting in Canada. It happened in British Columbia in a rural town called Tumbler Ridge. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police said 6 of those killed were found inside a high school, while 1 person died on the way to hospital. It's been described as the country's worst school shooting. A suspect was found dead with what's believed to be a self-inflicted injury. A shelter-in-place alert sent during the attack identified the suspect as a female in a dress with brown hair. Officials say they know the attacker's identity, but so far have not publicly revealed the name or gender. Alison Freeman has more.
Students say the principal ran through the corridors of this school, telling them to hide in classrooms and barricade the doors. 9 people confirmed dead, 25 injured in a mass shooting in the Canadian town of Tumbler Ridge. The killer took their own life. 2 people were found dead in a house in the town. 7 others were shot at the school.
And our principal goes throughout the halls and she was saying, people close your doors, lock down, stuff like that. I didn't. I thought it was a secure hold and something like that at first. But once things started circulating, we realized how serious it really was. So we all barricaded up the doors with some iron tables and sat in that room for around 2 hours with my mother the entire time.
Yeah, man, bless up on Turkey. Bless up Turkey in the house. Turkey is a place I'm going to go regularly. I've been there twice since here already. No, but there December and I went there last year.
The people of Tumbler Ridge remain in a state of crisis following one of the worst mass shootings in our province's and country's history. This is a devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound.
This is a devastating and unimaginable tragedy. We can't imagine what the community is going through, but I know it's causing us all to hug our kids a little bit tighter tonight. It makes us think about our kids' safety when they're going to school. We take it for granted. You go to school, you come home safe. And events like this give us pause about that safety that many Canadians have the privilege to enjoy across this country.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he was devastated, posting on X, "My prayers and deepest condolences are with the families and friends who have lost loved ones to these horrific acts of violence. The Government of Canada stands with all British Columbians as they confront this horrible tragedy." Police say they know the identity of the attacker, but have so far not revealed their name or gender. This is an event, though, which will no doubt affect everyone in this tight-knit community. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, a resident of Tumbler Ridge, Chris Norbury, whose wife's a teacher at the secondary school, has been speaking to my colleague Amol Rajan on the BBC Radio 4 Today programme.
I first heard when I got a call from my daughter's elementary school that they were on lockdown.
And that was that's a different school to the school where the shooting was.
Yeah, so that's it. So that's the elementary school, and the incident happened at high school. So I got a call from the elementary school saying they're on lockdown. My daughter is safe. Then I immediately texted my wife, who was a teacher at the high school where this tragedy took place.
And what did she tell you about what happened?
She did not respond. So I got up and I work across the street from the high school. I can see the roof of the building, and I saw emergency personnel on the streets blocking the entrance. And this was during when normally school gets out, so there's people coming to pick up the children, and so there's quite a bit of confusion as that was blocked off, and that is a strong indicator that there is a serious incident happening at a point in time. So at that point, so we were just able to see police vehicles coming. To all sorts of police vehicles. I mean, we have 3 police vehicles in town. We're a very small community, and we definitely saw police vehicles coming from out of town. I got a call because I worked at the visitor center about a police helicopter coming in to bring in special units. There was all types of reports on social media and texts, and a lot of misinformation being spread. It was a very scary time, not knowing what was going on, being afraid for our community. We're a very small community.
Is your wife okay?
Yes, she's home.
Okay.
We're all home. We're together.
And there, as you say, there's a huge amount of misinformation. It's very early stages, as ever with these dreadful attacks. Social media is not the place to go for verified information. Have you heard anything, Mr. Norbury, about the perpetrator, the shooter itself? Anything at all? Any other details about that person?
I'm sorry, I can't share that information.
Sure.
We're a very small community. As I said, we know each other. We all know each other. We all know the victims. Like they're our friends. They're our friends' children. We're very close. We're one big family here, and unfortunately, it's a big tragedy.
Yeah, that's a shocking thing for a small community. Just tell us, if you would please, about Tumbler Ridge. It's a place that many of our listeners won't know. Many might know Vancouver, which is 750 miles or 12 hours to the south. Tell us a bit about Tumbler Ridge.
We're a small community in northeastern British Columbia, which is northwestern Canada. It's an incredibly safe community. People don't lock your doors. Our cars aren't locked. We don't have to worry about crime here. So this is such an unbelievable tragedy that has happened here, because it's not something that you would ever think would happen.
And what's the scene in Tumbler Ridge now? There must be a huge amount of not just national and international media, but also emergency services and forensics doing their work.
Well, the high school is still an active tragedy, so they are investigating. Speaking with the mayor, we will be receiving support in terms of counseling and all those sorts of things, what we need to get through this very tragic time, and for the teachers, for the families, and especially the first responders. The first responders, the teachers that have had to witness, their friends, their friends' children, and go through this tragedy, that have been injured, that have lost their lives. So it's a hard thing.
Now, let's get more on the fallout from the release of the latest round of the Epstein files. And a former Florida police chief has said that he received a call from Donald Trump back in 2006, in which Mr. Trump told them that everyone knew about the convicted sex offender. The account is contained in an FBI document seen in that latest batch of files. The officer's name's redacted in those, but Michael Reiters told the Miami Herald that he was the person who received that call from Mr. Trump. Well, the US president has consistently denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein and said he didn't know about his crimes. Meanwhile, in Washington, survivors are campaigning for a new law in the name of Epstein's most prominent victim, Virginia Giuffre. Members of her family joined Democrats to announce a plan for Virginia's law, which would remove the statute of limitations, time limits, to file lawsuits in sexual abuse cases. To pass into law, it would need a majority vote in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, as well as the President's signature. Well, Virginia Giuffre's brother, Sky Roberts, said his sister, who took her own life in April, had wanted change and to bring light into a world that pushes abuse into the shadows. She'd accused Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former prince, of abusing her. He's denied any wrongdoing. Both Sky Roberts and the Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer have called on Andrew to testify to Congress about his relationship with Epstein.
But to Prince Andrew, former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, to be specific, he needs to show up. He needs to show up, and he needs to answer questions in front of our Congress.
I agree. Same thing
Same thing as what Sky said. You ought to show up, you show up now.
Now, staying in the US, and police in Arizona have released a man who was detained for questioning over the disappearance 10 days ago of the mother of a high-profile US television presenter. Nancy Guthrie is Savannah Guthrie's mother, and Nancy Guthrie is believed to have been kidnapped at night from her home in Tucson. The man, identified only as Carlos, told reporters he didn't know who Nancy Guthrie or Savannah Guthrie were. On Tuesday, the FBI released photos and videos of an armed individual in a full-face balaclava, apparently tampering with a front door camera outside Nancy Guthrie's home. And North America correspondent David Willis has the story.
Haunting images captured minutes before Nancy Guthrie's disappearance.
Welcome to my live. I'm doing some cooking on the outside. I'm frying some chicken and jerking some chicken as well. Frying some fish.
The armed intruder turns to foliage from the front garden.
The footage appears to have given detectives the break they needed. I understand its release prompted a stream of calls to local law enforcement tip lines, and a few hours later came word that a suspect had been detained.
The Sheriff's Department and the FBI have focused their inquiries on a 4-mile area between Nancy Guthrie's home and that of her elder daughter Annie, going door to door in the hunt for clues. Nancy Guthrie's fate is still unclear, although her famous daughter has been clinging to the hope that she is still alive.
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help.
A ransom note emailed to media outlets demanded $6 million in Bitcoin in return for Nancy Guthrie's release. A deadline for that payment came and went on Monday, with no indication of whether she is alive or dead. Savannah Guthrie reposted pictures of the suspect on her Instagram page. It remains to be seen whether today's developments represent the end of a nightmare or the beginning of a new one. David Willis, BBC News, Tucson, Arizona.
Look at the latest from our colleagues at CBS News. Let's hear from our correspondent Bradley Blackburn, who's been following the story from New York.
There was the hope that this was finally a break in this case, but then he was released. He was detained during a traffic stop in a town near the border, about an hour outside of Tucson. He was initially described as a person of interest by authorities, and they spent hours searching his vehicle and his home, but after he was released, he then spoke to reporters, including one of my CBS News colleagues on the ground in Arizona, and that he said that he works as a delivery driver, but he has no idea why he was stopped and questioned, and that he doesn't know anything about Nancy Guthrie. He said that he doesn't even know who Savannah Guthrie is and has never watched the Today Show.
So the question is there any connection at all to the latest development that we have of those new images of that doorbell camera?
Well, authorities have said that they're making some progress in the case. We know that they've been scouring not only that doorbell camera footage, but also security camera footage from Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood, looking for any vehicles in the area at the time of her disappearance. And so this traffic stop happened just hours after they shared that new footage that was recovered from the doorbell camera at Guthrie's home. It took some time to recover it. Initially, they said that it had been deleted or overwritten, but they were able to capture those images. It shows, as you described, a masked person wearing gloves outside her front door, and they're obviously trying to identify that person, and they're asking for the public's help.
Indeed, where are we on the ransom? Because, of course, a few days ago we saw Savannah Guthrie in a very heartfelt plea, a video that she posted on social media, and then there was talk about potentially a ransom being paid, and the demand was that was some $6 million, I understand, in Bitcoin. Do we have any more updates from the authorities on what came about with that?
Nothing official from authorities or from the family. We know that they were engaging with those notes, taking them seriously, but they were never able to confirm that they were in fact legitimate, but they did treat them seriously. And we know that this family is still fighting for answers. Yesterday, Savannah Guthrie did post that doorbell camera footage to social media, pleading for anyone who knows that person to contact authorities. And she did say about her mom that, quote, "We believe she is still alive. Bring her home."
Audrey Blackburn from CBS News there. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. A 13-year-old boy has spent the night in police custody after being arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. 2 boys were stabbed at northwest London at a school on Tuesday. The victims, a 12 and a 13-year-old, are both believed to be in a serious condition. Divya Kalwa has the latest.
Well, you can see the lower school here in northwest London is closed this morning after what's been described as a deeply traumatic event for the entire school community. Officers were called to the school yesterday afternoon after reports that a 13-year-old boy had been stabbed. And when they got here, they learned that another boy, a 12-year-old student, had also been stabbed. Both boys are currently in hospital, believed to be in a serious condition. We've seen officers coming in and out of the school this morning as a major investigation is underway. We know that it's being led by counter-terror officers, although it's not been treated as a terrorist incident yet.
Okay, and what's the reaction of people that you've been speaking to in the area?
Well, we've spoken to some students who are going to the upper school, and there is real shock and sadness. No one would have thought that something like this would have happened on their school, and as the headmaster wrote a letter, which was on the school's website, that this is a deeply traumatic event for the entire school community. And you'll remember that last year, a similar stabbing, a 15-year-old boy was stabbed and fatally killed at a school in Sheffield in February. And that's now renewed calls for knife archers, essentially walking metal detectors in all schools and colleges around the country. Although the Minister for School Standards, who was on breakfast earlier this morning, has said that there are no plans to introduce that just yet, although definitely renewed calls for it.
That's Divya Kalwa there. Now, in about 40 minutes from now, the British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer will face MPs at Prime Minister's questions. Now, of course, it follows a week after he faced pressure to quit as leader. All of this, of course, following his appointment of Lord Peter Mandelson to the role of US Ambassador, despite him knowing about his friendship with the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Well, yesterday we heard from the Prime Minister in his first public comment since he weathered those calls for his resignation on Monday. We heard from the leader of the Scottish
Labour Party. I'm not going, I'm just outside here.
Well, the Prime Minister said yesterday on Tuesday that the real fight in politics isn't within the Labour Party, but with those on the right of the political spectrum. Well, Neil Finley's a former Labour MSP for the Lothians, and I've been speaking to him to get his thoughts.
But I think he's a dead man walking. I think he's probably past the worst of it for now. But it's it's only a matter of time before Keir Starmer goes. I mean, we have the by-election in Manchester, where it looks as though the Green Party could win. It looks like Labour could become third. There will be massive pressure if that situation prevails, especially after the absurd blocking of Andy Burnham as the candidate. And even if it gets past that, we've got what looks like a disastrous set of results coming at the Scottish elections, the elections in Wales and local government in England.
Do you think this latest story that we've been reporting about Matthew Doyle also calls into question the Prime Minister's judgment? Because the Sunday Times had reported this a couple of months ago. Only now is the Labour whip being withdrawn?
Yeah, there's a number of parts to this story that caused me great problems. I mean, clearly it was known that there was a friendship with Sean Morton, and we saw the repercussions of that in Scotland as well, with a member of the Scottish Parliament standing down effectively because of her own friendship with Sean Morton. And it is extraordinary that this was open news, openly known, not news, that Doyle was still a friend of Morton, and yet he was made a peer. I mean, in the Labour Party, if you are on the left of the Labour Party and you retweet something that's from an opposition party, people have been suspended for that. However, if you're in the ruling clique of the Labour Party, you can be friends with a sex offender, and your reward is a peerage.
Well, let's get reaction and some thoughts ahead of that Prime Minister's question by going to our political correspondent Nick Irby. Joins us from Westminster. I mean, a former member of the Labour Party there, unsurprisingly scathing about the Prime Minister, calling him a dead man walking. But what sort of reaction are you anticipating amongst the Parliamentary Labour Party today in the House of Commons?
I think they'll be supportive, Virginia, and I think the reason they'll be supportive is the Labour Party in Parliament has taken a decision that for now it's sticking with Sir Keir Starmer. Last week's PMQs was actually the moment that I think a lot of this started to unravel for the Prime Minister when he admitted that Peter Mandelson's links to Jeffrey Epstein had come up in the vetting process for the US ambassador job. That's the point at which a lot of Labour MPs were just like, oh my goodness, this is terrible, it's now all out in the open, what are we going to do? It went from bad to worse over the next few days, but it does feel really like it's stabilised at the moment. Now that doesn't mean that what Neil Finlay was just saying is completely wrong. There are big moments ahead where the Prime Minister is going to face some real danger. But I think for now his party is going to get behind him. I suspect we'll see that at 12 o'clock in the Commons. He will probably still have a tough ride though. Kerry Badenoch has a lot to talk about. The Conservative leader has a lot of things that she has been bringing up for some time actually, from Peter Mandelson to Lord Doyle, that she will want to, I think, remind the Prime Minister there have been real problems over the past few days. So I don't think it's going to be an easy ride for the PM, but certainly in terms of getting his own side behind him, I think he's probably done that for now.
Well, we'll find out, won't we, in just about 40 minutes from now. We will, of course, bring Prime Minister's questions to you live here on BBC News Channel. Nick, thanks for the moment. Now, we will pass our Premier League club, Tottenham Hotspur, have sacked their head coach, Thomas Franks, just under 8 months in the job. And it follows that 2-1 defeat at home to Newcastle on Tuesday. While Frank took over as head coach in June, he signed a deal until 2028, but proved unable to notably improve the club's league form despite strong results in European competition. Our reporter Hugh Ferris has been keeping across the story for us.
It has been difficult, particularly in the Premier League, over an extended period of time for Spurs and their fans who, over the course of not just last night, but also the last few games, have made it clear what they thought about the tenure of Thomas Frank. He has gone with the team 16th in the Premier League and rather perilously placed, not least because of that defeat to Newcastle United on Tuesday night. No wins in 8 games, just 2 in their last 17 matches in the Premier League. Indeed, if Nottingham Forest win later on Wednesday in their game against Wolves, they will be level on points with the team just above the bottom 3. Are Spurs in a relegation battle? If they are, and the numbers certainly suggest so, and they may well be in that relegation battle under a new manager, whether it's be an interim appointment or indeed a permanent one remains to be seen. But this is what Thomas Frank said. He was determined last night to tell everybody that in fact his job was safe and that he felt good despite that reaction from the stands. Have a listen to this.
I also understand it's, how can you say, directed against me. That's the easiest way to do it. But I'm also 100% sure about it's a team effort. It's not only one person. We're all aligned and know what needs to be done. And the only thing, and the next thing I can promise is that I will work very hard every single day to do everything I can to turn around with a lot of other good people.
Yeah, Thomas Frank, who took Brentford up into the Premier League, really outperformed any sort of expect to the team of that size with that sort of budget in England's like couldn't replicate that in just the 8 months given as you being in charge of Spurs. He signed a 3-year contract, but led to believe it cost Spurs around £7 million to hire Thomas Frank and his staff. They're going to have a pretty sizable payout as well, given that they have sacked him just 8 months into that 3 years in charge. More throughout the day, of course, both here on BBC News and BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, there is plenty more, of course, on the fallout from the sacking of Thomas Frank on the BBC Sport website as well. Let's take you to the scene live at Downing Street. We are, of course, expecting the Prime Minister to emerge there as he heads to the House of Commons for Prime Minister's questions, which of course takes place every Wednesday at midday. But there'll be a lot of focus on this week, of course, because earlier in the week, a report from within his own party for him to stand down. He has the support of most of his MPs, but we'll see what happens when he appears.
Hello again. Over the next few days, we are looking at further spells of rain, pushing northwards, on some occasions sinking southwards. There'll be some storms, but most of that will be in the hills, and then so because the end of the week it's going to be colder, it will be brighter. Now, what we have at the moment is a right hand going north, this one very close to the southwest, will bring in some rain later. So there's a mixture of rain and in Scotland some hill snow, that's the winds coming in from the east, but right now with a few showers because some southern counties, and through the latter part of the afternoon, there's some more rain coming into the southwest with 13 winds. Still mild in the south, cooler in the north. Through this evening and overnight, you can see all this rain moving swiftly across southern counties and clearing. Again, a lot of cloud around, some cold snow, and some sunny skies for right and top, some hot patches falling, and turning out in the north, milder in the south. It's going to change from north to more because the cloud, the rain and the snow will continue to push southwards. Brighter skies come on Scotland, with some few clouds potentially down to lower levels. Brighter skies in the southwest for a few showers. Still hanging on to the mild air in the very far south, but in the north it's getting colder. And that cold air is going to sweep across the soil on Friday, and on Saturday, more sunshine, but rain coming in from the west will push east.
Artificial intelligence at the front line of healthcare. We'll introduce you to a doctor and cancer survivor whose AI model is already predicting breast cancer risk years in advance.
Big up yourself, guys. Thanks for joining me live. Thanks for staying with me.
Andy Cope here on BBC News.
We're taking a look at the ex-doctors and how they're being covered by journalists.
We're here with a journalist who's been working around the clock to sit through all of those files. And for an editor, who first exposed Jeffrey Epstein over 15 years ago.
It's all on the news show on BBC News.
The Winter Olympics are taking place here in Italy. Nearly 3,000 athletes from around the world are flocking to the mountains and hoping for glory. So we'll be grabbing the medals and the headlines. Join us on BBC News, where you can follow all the latest online or via the BBC Sports app.
Bless up, guys. Bless up.
That's it. You please sleep
On the outside, you're doing some cooking.
It takes over your whole life. It is like a drug that you can never get enough of.
What if I trip pain over me? I find myself thinking how to
Sometimes we can turn into a boxing match.
I could see through it, so irritated. We knew it was a spot. It's a bit like an arrangement. We need that. You know, it's my dream since 8 years old.
What is the hardest competition to win? And what is breakfast?
Watch on BBC Nightmare. BBC News, the latest business news from across the globe. Business Today.
start warning from small business. A new report says they're facing pressures not seen since the pandemic, according on the government. Some senior managers complain of a toxic culture at the top. We will explore those problems. And making moves on the stock exchange, while activist investors are bidding to boost London's in stock market. Hello, welcome. This is Business Today. I'm Ben Thompson. We're going to start here in the UK, where small businesses are facing pressures as well. If not worse, than they face during the pandemic. But they are not getting the support from government. That's why during that time.
Come forward. Yes, guys, thanks for joining me live. I am on the outside doing some cooking. I'm frying some chicken, jerking some chicken, and thing. Let me see if I can give you a look while I'm going outside. Frying some chicken at the moment. That's chicken on the fire. Can you see it, guys? And I'm frying chicken at the moment. Yeah. Yes. Thanks for watching my live, guys.
Is these rising cost pressures? You've got energy costs, you've got employment costs, you've got taxation costs, you've got business rates, and they are rising. It can feel relentless, and small businesses in many cases simply cannot raise the revenue to cover those costs.
Now, elsewhere, activist investor Elliott Management has built a stake in the London Stock Exchange Group. It says it's engaging with the firm to improve its performance. The shares of the group have fallen by more than 35% over the past 12 months. Now, we don't know the exact size of Elliott's shareholding. So, what is behind the poor performance at the LSE, and why has it been losing to business to, primarily, New York? Let's get the thoughts now of Ross Malls. And Ross, give us a sense here of what's at stake, because an interesting one here. You sort of take the stock exchange for granted, but therefore moves now on the stock exchange. What are Elliott Group hoping to do?
Well, I think Elliott will be looking to try and improve, the stock exchange's financial and operational and ultimately its share price performance. And the shares have come down a long way in the last 12 months. And some of that may be this ongoing stigma attached to the London stock market overall, that it's not winning as much business, it's not attracting new flotations, and that business is being lost to other arenas, whether it's New York, Amsterdam or Sydney, for example.
Yes, and the US has really stolen the lead in some respects. And what makes a place attractive to list, Ross? Why would you choose maybe New York over London?
New York's got huge attraction in many ways. It's already home to the world's biggest stock market, its biggest bond market, the world's reserve currency, the dollar. So the pools of capital that companies can tap to when they're looking to raise money so they can invest and grow are absolutely enormous. The US economy that's been doing pretty well. And also you've got, if you're a technology company, a very, very vibrant tech industry over in the US, where again, there's huge amounts of venture capital money to be tapped to help you again grow and develop your business.
Is there a danger, though, that some of the rhetoric we've heard from the White House could tarnish that image right now?
I think this concept of American exceptionalism has taken a bit of action in the last year. We've seen the US dollar go down, and other stock markets like the UK, Europe, and the emerging markets have actually done better than America in the last 12 months because there have been concerns over geopolitics and indeed American politics. And also investors just looked at their exposure to America. Its stock market has done so well. It's now a huge percentage of their holdings there. And they're just wondering, do we really want to be this exposed to the US? Should anything expected go wrong?
Yes, and I suppose the question then for the London Stock Exchange Group is how they lure some of that business back and what they do to make it more attractive as a place to invest and list.
And you're already seeing changes here both from the stock exchange and with the backing of the British government. There are reforms coming to make it easier for companies to list here, reduce the governance burden, the reporting burden. They're going to be offering tax breaks for investors to buy shares by freezing stamp duty, abolishing stamp duty on those new holdings for 3 years. And so they are looking to try and attract new companies. And it's one of those strange things, as we've seen in America, move follows price. When an
sector does well, the stock market does well, people take more interest. The London stock market is now at an all-time high, even though many people don't realise that. And 2 or 3 successful deals this year could make a big difference to the mood music.
Yeah, and quickly, what are those deals this year that you're excited about?
You're looking at financial services and fintech companies like Monzo, like Revolut, for example. There's a company called Gymshark that's looking to list. So just 2 or 3 of those come, and don't just do well on day one, but do consistently well over the next 6, 12 months. That could make other companies realize actually there is an active London market, there is money waiting for good, interesting company, and that their shares can do well here.
Ross, always good to get your insight. Thank you. Ross Moore, Investment Director at AJ Bell. Thank you. Elsewhere today, some senior managers at the Co-op have complained of a toxic culture at the top of the organisation. It's 180 years old. It deals with food and services. And the firm does pride itself on ethical values. Let's talk to our business editor, Simon Jack, who's been following this story and uncovered some of those allegations. And Simon, I touched on it there, all the more surprising given the way that the Co-op sells itself as an ethical routine.
Yeah, the Co-op then is a kind of strange beast. It won't be listed on the London stock market or any other because it's actually not shareholder owned, it's owned by its members, it's a mutual company, and it prides itself, as you say, on its community focus, its ethical values, its openness, and its own code of conduct. It prides itself on an open and supportive working environment. But some managers have put their heads together and written a letter to the board, to the chairman of the board, which talks of a culture of fear and alienation, where people are afraid to speak up for fear of reprisals. We had another source that told me that you learn to look at your shoes, you don't speak up. If you do, your card is marked. And there are 2 issues here. One is that culture. The second is they think that because of that lack of challenge at senior management, some poor decisions have been made which have seen fall in sales, fall in profits, a rise in waste. And so the cultural issues, they say, are affecting the operational performance of the business.
Yes, and also it was in the spotlight, of course, last year for that huge cyber attack, which won't have gone down well, and maybe it's the source of some of these issues when it comes to making big decisions about its future.
Well, for sure. I mean, it did definitely take a big hit from that cyber attack. It knocked £200 million off sales for the 3.5 weeks that cyber attack hit. And basically, the letter from senior management, basically, or some of the senior managers say they actually dealt with that pretty well. But what they say is that they then pressed ahead with an ill-judged restructuring of the entire food business, which they say, against advice, was done against advice, and confused suppliers, confused management, and has led to, as I say, declining sales. If you look at the actual stats from industry benchmarks, you see that Co-op has been one of the worst performing food retailers every month for the last 6 months. So they're saying that the cultural issues are having operational.
So those are the allegations. What has the Co-op said, Simon?
Well, they're saying that this is only a small bunch of senior managers. It's in the dozens.
All right, cheers, mate.
We've had other sources to confirm that. But they say it doesn't represent the wider culture at the Co-op or the beliefs of staff and colleagues. They say, look, the business is in good financial shape, got plenty of cash, we've reduced debts over the last 5 years, and also that they're looking to the future and say that, look, they do admit when there are tough decisions to be made, as there have been over the last few months, not everyone is going to agree. You can read the full story on the BBC website.
Yes, absolutely, Simon. I know you put a lot more detail there as well. That's our business editor, Simon Jack, who uncovered that story for us. Thank you. Elsewhere, the Dutch borough Heineken is to cut off to 6,000 jobs from its workforce around the world, and will also downgrade its expectations for the full year. Well, the company's blamed weak demand pretty generally for beer, and says that's been driven by tighter consumer spending, geopolitical turbulence, and bad weather. Well, the job cuts will take place over the next 2 years. The Boss Dog Fan Group announced his resignation last night after closing. Biohacking was once a fringe pursuit of Silicon Valley bosses and elite athletes, but it's now fast becoming big business. The idea is that maybe precisely measured small adjustments to physical routine, maybe behaviour too, can lead to major health benefits, and even as you live a bit longer. But despite objections by many in the medical world, a whole biohacking industry is springing up. The BBC's Michelle Fleury reports now from New York.
I'm Anthony. I'm Teresa. I'm Megan. I'm Love.
And we are the Biohack Yourself family.
The Lolly family isn't chasing wellness, they're fueling a movement. Biohacking treats the body like a machine,
measured, optimised and tracked. Once fringe, it's now mainstream. And for these influencers, it was born out of necessity.
This didn't start as an optimization journey. This really started as survival.
You have to really make this information available to others because you have to biohack yourself.
And the kids are all in.
I want to biohack for the rest of my life because I want to stay healthy, young, live to make 150.
And as families like the Lawleys push the boundaries, a wave of new biohacking businesses is popping up in an industry set to nearly triple by 2030.
Let's be honest, I could do with a bit of an upgrade, so I've come here to see firsthand what biohacking looks like, and perhaps in the process give myself a bit of a tune-up.
People are no longer accepting that aging and decay are the same thing.
Dr. Chuck Morris runs Midtown Biohack. He says that what used to be reserved for elite athletes is now for everyone.
In the beginning, I think people got a little bit of a luxury or an option. It's always way to become the standard.
One of his most popular treatments, a 10-second electric workout. 8, 9, 10. That was 100 punches in 10 seconds, and I was just lying here relaxing.
That's the biology.
And business is expanding fast.
So we already have two different locations. We have one in the Hamptons, and we have one in New Jersey, but this one's in Midtown Manhattan. We have 3 more that are looking at.
He says his target customer is the industrial athlete, anyone glued to a screen for 12 hours a day.
Not that anymore. It's actually the reality of human experience. It's no longer that. This is the standard.
What they're doing is not science. It's not based on science, and it could be also dangerous.
But not everyone is convinced.
This massive growth is because people want it, people need it, and eventually it'll become scientifically based. For now, it's a jump out.
So, a multi-billion-dollar industry built on hope. And for the Lawley family, a question science has yet to answer. Can it really buy you more time? Michelle Fleury, BBC News, New York.
A reminder of more on all those stories, bbc.com/business, including that story our business editor was telling us about those managers at the car complaining of a toxic culture at the top of the organisation. More details there on the BBC News website. That's your business today. Susan.
Primitive sense of humour. On Arachnia, we experience laughter and fury at the very same time.
Well, then you can love our so-called prison.
Nothing brings us together like great TV.
And a TV license lets you access this emotional roller coaster. Oh, she is your mother. You fool.
A TV license for all TV channels and BBC iPlayer.
I'm Jamie Bargain with this is BBC News. Let's get more the fallout from the latest release of files related to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. And Andrew Nowhat-Walter is facing growing pressure from US officials and the family of his most prominent accuser, Virginia Giuffre, to testify in the United States about his links to the convicted sex offender. The speaker to BBC's Cookinng Paris, the Democratic Congressman Joe Turner, said the royal family could not be transparent. Let's have a listen.
In terms of the UK interest in much of this and the relationship that Andrew Nowhat-Windsor had with Jeffrey Epstein, the King has said that the royal family will cooperate with Thames Valley Police and other police forces in the UK on this. Do you have a message for King Charles for what he should advise his brother to do, or as head of the royal family, what he should perhaps instruct him to do?
I think the king has already been taking passage for the United Saturday, gave an interview saying that this may put the British monarchy in jeopardy, and the next thing I know, King Charles said, well, we should have a political prosecution, or independent prosecution investigation of his brother. My advice would be to come clean, to do a press conference with the British people, the American people, of what the royal family knew, what their action they're going to take. They have a large wealth. They should probably be compensating some of these survivors for the horrors that have taken place. And
we should just say that Andrew has completely denied any wrongdoing there, Congressman. So if you're talking about compensation and so on, there has been a historic settlement with one individual, but he has denied any wrongdoing. But I take your point there about sharing that information. And aside from a press conference, would you like to see Andrew Nowhat-Windsor come to the US and speak to yourself and your colleagues?
Absolutely, I think that's appropriate, and it's not just the compensation in terms of it's clear that the royal family, from all I've seen, have not been transparent. They finally are now saying there should be an investigation. These women have been denied justice, and they've been denied justice by the powers that be in our country and in Britain and around the world. And I think there has to be a reckoning with that of the global elite.
Now, President Trump said the US would have to do something very tough if the world didn't want to deal with the nuclear program. They introduced the full talks in Washington with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The president said he thought the Iranian regime wanted an agreement and was forced to didn't sign up for it. So let's hear from our correspondent in Jerusalem, Yovan.
It's very important for the Israeli Prime Minister to show that he has the president's ear at this critical moment, just after the US started once again to have talks with Iran on its nuclear program back in Oman last Friday, those indirect talks starting up. So Israel is very concerned that this could lead to a bad deal for the country. It wants to show that Iran is a destabilizing force in this region, and the Prime Minister will be telling the President that any agreement that is reached in these talks must deal with more than just the nuclear program. It must deal with the different Iranian proxies, Iran's support for Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza and the Houthis in Yemen, and also must deal with Iran's ballistic missile program. So Iran has previously been saying that these talks should be exclusively about a nuclear agreement. It denies that there is any threat from its nuclear program. It suggested it's ready to accept some, sanctions relief in exchange for making changes to its nuclear program. And of course, the dire economic situation in Iran was one of the triggers for those nationwide protests we saw last month that led to the bloody government crackdown. We haven't really had it made clear what the substance of the talks were between US envoys and Iran when they were negotiating indirectly in Oman last week. So already the Israeli Prime Minister has been having a briefing from the two key US envoys involved. Later on he'll be meeting the US Secretary of State before he goes off to the White House once again.
Well, the chief of Instagram, Alan Nassel, is due to testify today in Los Angeles in a case against social media giants. Instagram's parent company Meta and Google YouTube claims their platform deliberately caused addiction and therefore harm children. The YouTube legal team insists that the video-owned video platform isn't consensually addictive. Well, let's hear now from American technology correspondent Louis Jamali.
At court on Tuesday, the lawyer for YouTube tried to counter some of the arguments that we've heard from the plaintiff's attorneys, who say that Meta and YouTube both created addiction machines that he likened to digital casinos. The lawyer for YouTube saying that infinite scrolling is not infinite, in fact, and he used the plaintiff's watch history to try and make that case, saying that if you look at her average daily use over the last 5 years, that she's only been on YouTube for a couple of minutes each day. He also pointed to the criticism being leveled at YouTube's recommendation algorithm to say that those types of algorithms are actually very common. You see them on Netflix, you see them on Amazon. They are a reality of the modern day internet. On Wednesday, we are expecting to hear from Instagram at Adam Nasseri. He will help bolster his company's case that they are not responsible for the mental health harm suffered by this plaintiff. And next week, we will hear from Mark Zuckerberg in a case that is expected to test a pretty novel legal theory that social media platforms are designed to be addictive and therefore cause personal injury.
Jamali reporting there on that case, which is this report in Los Angeles. Now, the Prince of Wales' 3-day tour of Saudi Arabia is drawn to a close. The visit requested by the British government aims to strengthen ties with a key Middle Eastern ally and a major regional player. But of course, some did raise concerns over the visit related to the country's human rights abuses. Of course, today with Surveying Nature Reserve to learn about a program reintroducing endangered species. Before his arrival to Saudi Arabia, the Prince and Princess of Wales issued their first public statement about the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. They said they were deeply concerned by the continued revelation of the story following
Well, I think it was a significant trip. All these trips are always organised by the Foreign Office, and they are about building ties between two countries, so between the UK and Saudi.
Welcome guys, welcome to my live. I'm on the outside cooking. Doing some cooking on the outside. Frying chicken and jerk chicken. It's like it's gonna rain in a minute now. What's happening with this thing, man? Frozen.
time under pressure debating Andrew Mabbutt, who does deny allegations, against him denying any allegations of wrongdoing, and hasn't commented on these latest backtracks and filing allegations from the
Sarah Campbell back. Now I will read to you. That's all right. Westminster. Okay. Keeping young.
So welcome viewers on BBC News as we await answers questions. And Camilla, tell me what you're going to say.
A point made by the student protester.
We were talking about student loans, by the way.
Talking about other people's children and not your own. That's completely nonsense. It is a fact that there are a number of courses out there which students can rack up a huge amount of debt studying that aren't really worth the paper they're written on. And there's proven statistical evidence to suggest that even with those degrees, they're going to end up earning less than people who left school at 16 or 18. That's a fact. Second of all, if one of my three children turned around and suggested that they wanted to wrap up 50 grand worth of debt going down that route, I would really very seriously advise them against it. Increasing numbers of my friends are rejecting university in favour of
I was
apprenticeships.
going to say, do you think that the things are changing?
I think they're changing.
They're saying 50% of people would that be getting
This isn't about stifling potential, but this is about being honest with students. We can't turn around to students and say that they've got this great nirvana ahead simply because they've got the BAMs after their name, if it doesn't actually improve their career prospects or their earning power. Yes, I get the whole experience of 3 years, but you know what? Going into work with experience in 3 years in work, trying to make some money to buy a car, trying to get a property knowledge, that's the best work-life experience you can get. So, you know, with respect, they're all protesting there with pictures of racial wounds on their faces, and yet banging on about what the Tories have done for education. Have a look at what which kind of chancellors do it all.
Just in response to questions, that's it. But were you at the Parliament Labour Party meeting earlier this week where Keir Starmer came and spoke to MPs?
No.
Did you hear from others about his performance?
So I heard that it was a standing ovation, and I thought, this can't be right. I don't know why. I just don't understand. Like, with just what afternoon we've had, I messaged friends who were there and like, it was right. There was a standing ovation, and I think that they're going to feel that support behind each one of them.
Do you think he's being unleashed? People talk about Keir Starmer unleashed, that he can now be his true self because he's got rid of some advisors?
I always see him acting at his best under pressure, and because he means it, because he wants to shape the kind of country we're going to live in. He wants a more fair and just society, and when he's under pressure, that's when you see him at his most passionate.
Why do you think he's so unpopular according to the polls?
There's a lot around that. I don't know, but I know that we have to give him a chance to turn it around.
And your constituents, do they feel like that?
So yeah, I can't believe emails that I've had saying, you know, stick with Starmer. I was just really shocked about the volume that came in.
Do you think that's the answer? People don't want they don't want what happened under the Conservatives.
I spoke to a single constituent in Broxton who wants the Prime Minister to stay, so it's interesting that others get different views from the places they represent. I mean, you talk about him being unleashed, he's on a leash by his own parliamentary party. They've got him, and he's going to do exactly what they want him to do now. He's not going to have any ability to go to govern how he wants to govern, and I wouldn't want to be going into this Prime Minister's question time facing Kelly, because I think she's got her fire, she's got her mojo, and she's going to absolutely skew him today.
Camilla, do you think he is safe? Safe for now?
Safe for now, but I think
what could be the 26th
will be the next pinch point, won't it? How the autumn and dental by-election fares, and then after that, the May elections. I think there was a Politico survey this morning, I don't have precise figures, but I know the majority of the British public voted in that poll saying they wanted him to resign. So your letters from people in polls might not be representative of the UK as a whole.
And interestingly, would he have the political capital now to stop Andy Bowman standing in that by-election if he was called a couple of weeks later? I don't think he's got the political capital to do that anymore. I think he's probably having a big sigh of relief that decision was made a couple of weeks ago, because if that was today, I don't think he'd have the political capital to stop Andy Bowman standing.
But Camilla, of course, Natalie, actually constituents want some calm.
I know that we can't talk about all constituents in all parts of the country, can we? As I said earlier, I spoke to Carl Turner, he said the situation on the doorstep up in Hull is dire.
Okay, let's go to the House of Commons for answers questions.
say, I didn't know the privacy was that popular on this side. Mr. Speaker, can I start by saying this? My thoughts, and I'm sure the thoughts of the whole House, are with the 2 children stabbed at Kingsbury High School in Brent. And my heart goes out to everyone affected by this appalling attack. We thank the police for their rapid response. It's important now that we give them the space to pursue their investigation. And Mr. Speaker, this morning I conveyed the UK's deepest condolences to Prime Minister Carney and the people of Canada for the devastating shooting in Tumbler Ridge. Mr. Speaker, I'm determined to fix the broken SEND system. No parent should have to fight for the support their child needs. Today we announced a 10-year plan to fix the crumbling school estate that we inherited, delivering more modern and inclusive classrooms that meet the needs of every child. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues, and I'll be quite a few of those this week. In addition to my duties in this House,
welcome to my live guy. Where you streaming from? Where you streaming from? Talk to me. Talk to me. I'm here. I'm listening. Welcome to my live, guys. I'm on the outside cooking. I'm doing some cooking on the outside. Let me plug my charger in to keep this going. Yes, thank you. Where you streaming from? Just drop a line in the chat. Let me know where you're streaming from, please.
And can I associate my side of the House with the Prime Minister's words on the horrific stabbing in Northern yesterday, as well as the shooting in Canada? When he was leader of the opposition, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I'll never turn on my staff. When they make mistakes, I carry the can." What changed?
Mr. Speaker, I accepted responsibility and apologised for the mistake that I made. But let me say this, Mr. Speaker. Morgan McSweeney helped me change our party and helped me win a landslide election victory, which delivered for them the smallest Tory party in over 100 years. And what's their great achievement? To make it even smaller.
The Webs have done a great job today because I think 37 points, and yeah, exactly, done a great job today getting them cheering. We all know that they've been sick for the last week. Because let's remember, Mr. Speaker, just last week, he told us that he had full confidence in his Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney. On Sunday, he sacked Morgan McSweeney. Last week, he resigned. Last week, Mr. Speaker, he was defending the cabinet. Now, he is sacking him.
Well, maybe that shot, man. I thought you come and shot my you. The whole of the time till about 10 o'clock after 10 last night.
100% confident, she said, be no more defections from her party. 48 hours later, the shadow Prime Minister defected. 8 days after that, the Home Secretary defected.
I should tell me say you go, man. Say you go, man. Me know I'm moving off to die. Sit down. I'm there. I'm from season some chicken. There I'll try. I'll fry some chicken and jerk at this moment. I'm on funeral tomorrow.
Is demonstrating stratospheric levels of delusion if he thinks the problem is on this side of the house.
Yeah, man.
He claims
yesterday I removed the whip from Matthew Doyle. I'll tell you what other action we've taken, Mr. Speaker. Along with the safeguarding minister, I and this government have introduced the most far-reaching violence against women against women. And I'll tell you what else we've done. This government has introduced a pay rise for millions of working class women. What did the leader of the opposition do? She opposed it. This government's introducing greater protection for women at work. What did the leader of the opposition do? She opposed it. And I'll tell you what else she opposes. This government removing the disgusting rape clause that they put in place.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister pretends not to know about Matthew Doyle. It was on the front page of the Sunday Times. He cannot explain why he gave this man a period. And I think they should be wondering why they're still cheering for him after that. And the Prime Minister, sometimes likes to claim, as he just did, that he cares about violence against women. The truth is, he only cares about the victims when he's trying to save his own skin. They can shake their head. We saw it with grooming gangs. We saw it with Mandelson. And now we see it with Doyle. Isn't that what a former prosecutor would call an established pattern of behaviour?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take no lectures from the chorus. Standards in public life. She defended Partygate for months and months and months. And even now she says it was overblown. The Shadow Foreign Secretary broke the ministerial code by bullying. Boris Johnson kept her. The leader of the opposition promoted her. She sits on her front bench. Her former Shadow Justice Secretary complained about not seeing enough white faces in Birmingham, and she was too weak to sack him for racism.
Nobody buys it, Mr. Speaker. Not even the Labour women, because they know he always puts the Downing Street Boys Club first. And how dare he criticise us? We weren't the ones stuffing government with hypocrites and paedophile apologists. He can't build a team, Mr. Speaker. He has no plan. He can't even run his own office, let alone the culture. He is now dealing with a new scandal of appointing someone who campaigned for a man convicted of having indecent pictures of girls as young as 10. Isn't the Prime Minister ashamed that that would be his legacy?
Mr. Speaker, my legacy is changing my party and winning the general election. And I'll tell you this, I kicked my former leader out of my party. Her former leader, Liz Truss, broke the economy, bonkers conspiracy theories. I kicked her out of Parliament. She's too weak to kick her out of their party.
Mr. Speaker, he hasn't apologised for appointing Matthew Doyle because he won't take responsibility. He never does, and they know it. The Prime Minister is now telling everyone that he's never lost a fight. It's because he won't step into the ring. He's never lost a fight. He's walked away from welfare reform. He won't stand up to the unions. He won't stand up to China. He can't even stand up to Mauritius. He's had, Mr. Speaker, he's had 3 cabinet secretaries, 4 chiefs of staff, 5 directors of communications in just 18 months. And now he is mired in yet another scandal. Does he ever look in the mirror and ask himself, is the real problem staring him in the face?
Mr. Speaker, I delivered a landslide victory for Abigail. Only 4 people have ever elected the Labour Party to victory in the general election. I am one of them. When she talks about numbers, let us remember, Mr. Speaker, 5 Prime Ministers, 7 Chancellors, 8 Home Secretaries, Foreign Secretaries, 16 Housing Secretaries, all completely useless, all failed Britain, and this Prime Minister's gearing up for that. She comes here every week, desperately fighting to save a dying party. I'm fighting to change our party. Interest rates down, inflation down, waiting lists down, child poverty down, and I'll tell you nothing's down, the number of Tory MPs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has delivered the funding needed to rebuild the new Premier Park Hospital after the party opposite made empty, unfunded
empty promises to my constituents. Now we urgently need to get on with announcing the preferred site, along with the investment needed to improve public transport, road access and parking. Will the Prime Minister urge NHS England to make this a priority and help give much needed clarity to Bratton Park residents? Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, delivering the new Frimley Park hospital is a priority. After party opposite, his constituents were given totally empty promises. They failed patients and they failed staff. We've put a proper plan and a funding to match, and the trusts are making real progress on the business case. And I want to see spade in the ground as quickly as possible. Jen David, leader of the Liberal Democrats. Mr. Speaker, can I associate myself with the Prime Minister's remarks about the dreadful stabbing of 2 children in Brent and about the horrifying shootings in British Columbia? Our thoughts and prayers are with the children's parents and the people of Canada, especially those grieving loss of loved ones. Mr. Speaker, to appoint one paedophile supporter cannot be excused as misfortune. To appoint 2 shows a catastrophic lack of government. The right honourable gentleman once told this House that when a Prime Minister refuses to take responsibility, and I quote, it only serves to convince people that things cannot get better, that governments cannot improve people's lives, and that progress is not possible because politics does not work. Does he still agree with himself? And does he share my fear that that is exactly what is happening now? People in this country, millions of people, have been let down for years and years and years. For one of the reasons was austerity, which is partly supported. It should take accountability and take responsibility for what is inflicted on this country. Mr. Speaker, I think I've touched the wall now. But I think the whole House will agree that a mental scandal has shown yet again why we need a duty of candour for anyone and everyone in public office. Mr. Speaker, there should be no more delays in putting the Hillsborough law on the statute list. After long fights by the bereaved families and so many others, like the Mayor of Greater Manchester, the Prime Minister once said it would be one of the first things he did in number 10. Will he finally do it now, even if it's the last thing he does? The panel report was not prepared for when I started working on the case, that was in 2012, but his party were in power. And they could have passed this law a long time ago, and saved it all green. I'm proud that this Labour government is bringing a Hillsborough law, something that is very, very long time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Prime Minister has heard me say, the Isle of Wight is a fantastic place to live, work and learn, despite the leader of the opposition trying to get us to China. You'll also be aware of some of the challenges we have in cross-border transport or identity frequency price. Emissions trading scheme, which ironically only applies to hybrid vessels, may increase fares further, despite exemptions granted for Scotland and Northern Ireland. The lack of grid capacity fully decarbonise and deep concern about impact on our climate community. Will the Prime Minister urgently ask Federal utilities to remove this issue? he reads the newspapers, he would read that in 9 days, their former party chief executive goes on trial for embezzling money. And if he had read that the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, we see one of the worst failures in Scottish public life. Vulnerable children and adults put at risk. Evidence of serious warnings the SNP government were ignored. Instead of looking at those or looking at the newspapers, the First Minister should act because families deserve accountability.
Can I just remind the President we've done this right person? Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met later a T-level construction student at Bradford College. He was working on the remediation of Bradford Airedale Hospital. In the last few years, Bradford has made tremendous progress in reducing the rate of young people not in employment, education or training. So will the Prime Minister reconfirm his commitment to vocational and skills training and set out how this Labour government is ensuring that young people like Leighton have career opportunities in construction and other critical industries?
Leighton's success is a testament to what young people can achieve with the right support. We're creating technical excellence colleges and delivering training places for 60,000 skilled construction workers. And Labour's creating opportunities for every young person whilst building the homes, the schools and the hospitals that our country needs. And that's what I'm fighting for.
Last year, Plymouth was named the National Centre for Marine Autonomy and given a defence growth deal. However, the SMEs in the unmanned surface vessel sector, many based at Turnchapel Wharf in my constituency, are having their work held back because of out-of-date regulations from the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. Last week, I was told that draft regulations exist, but that they require primary legislation. Now, without these new regulations, many of these vital SMEs developing autonomous vessels that have dual commercial and defence use are at risk. So, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister show some backbone and consider finding a slot for primary legislation as a matter of urgency, or at least consider adding it to the King's speech later this spring, assuming that he is still in charge of the legislative programme by then?
Mr. Speaker, we are taking action, but in the particular case she raises in her constituency, if she sends me or my team the details, I'll see if there's anything we can do to support what is obviously an important issue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware of the Lorraine Fox, a resident of Exeter, who in 2020 was murdered by a man whose asylum claim had been denied but was not removed from this country. Will the Prime Minister set out what more this government will do to make sure the deportations of people who have no right to be here and those who have committed criminal offences will be sped up, and we can meet with Lorraine's father to discuss the family's campaign for justice for Lorraine?
Prime Minister. My honourable friend raises an awful case, and my thoughts on those on Fort Court House are with the loved ones of Lorraine. Tackling violence against women and girls is a critical mission, and I'll make sure the Home Office Minister meets the family. I want the absolutely clear, Mr. Speaker, illegal immigrants who commit such a crime in this country. That's why we've already removed nearly 60,000 people with no right to be here. And deportation for foreign criminals is up by a third. We're also reforming human rights law to allow us to swiftly remove those with no right to be here.
My constituent constituents are sick of widespread potholes, particularly at Milton Interchange, Didcot and along the A417, serving Shallow and Stanford in the Vale. Yet the government is cutting funding for Oxford County Council by £24 million over 3 years, which is equivalent to its annual highways maintenance budget. The Prime Minister, of course, is of course entitled to dig a pothole for himself, but why is he cutting funding for Oxfordshire roads?
We put a record amount of money into dealing with potholes. He needs to ask his council, run by his party, why they're not using that money.
Douglas McAllister. Source of great pride to Scottish Labour MPs that as Chancellor, Gordon Brown lifted more children out of poverty than any other Chancellor before him. It's also a source of great pride that there's Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's also a source of great pride that this torch has now passed over to our government, and by removing the two-child benefit cap, we will lift more children out of poverty in a single parliament than ever before. 2,260 children west of Bartonshire, 95,000 in Scotland. Does the Prime Minister agree that this demonstrates true Labour values in action across Scotland? UK.
Well, on this side of the house, Mr. Speaker, we know the damage that growing up in poverty does to the life chances of children. The Tories put hundreds of thousands of children into poverty, and they'll live with us for the rest of their lives. We are undoing their damage. Our decision will benefit almost 100,000 children in Scotland, as we deliver the largest reduction in child poverty in any single parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The man slaughter of baby Gigi Lehman at a nursery in Chile. 21 counts of child cruelty at Riverside Nursery in Chippenham Green in my constituency. 56 charges of sexual assault and creating indecent images at a nursery in Camden. And just this week, 21 counts of sexual abuse at a nursery in Bristol. Mr. Speaker, CCTV was critical for convicting the criminals in most of these cases. So will the Prime Minister ensure that no parent ever has to fear for their child's safety while they go to work by introducing mandatory CCTV in nurseries and a childcare workers register?
Can I thank you for raising these cases now? They're harrowing cases for everyone in this country. The safety of children is, of course, paramount, and we're acting to keep them safe. We're implementing all the proposals consulted on to strengthen safeguarding as part of our early years foundation stage programme. Expert group developing guidance on the effective use of CCTV response units and considering whether it should be mandatory in early settings. We'll make sure that she's updated as much as possible for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. 126 years ago, this House legislated to make Alexandra Palace available for the free use of the public forever. And last year, Luke the Duke changed that forever by rewriting the regulations to
Big up.
place host to World Championship darts, Master Snooker, Karen Day Hustle, Greyhound Ice Hockey, plus music, comedy, drama and more. Will the PM today keep the Palace competitive as the international venue for darts by supporting my campaign to raise a one-off public-private £500 million investment for urgent capital improvements?
Prime Minister, can I thank my honourable friend that the People's Palace is an iconic British venue, a home for darts, snooker and world-class music. It's vital that we support brilliant venues that give so much to our cultural life. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're providing almost £200 million to preserve heritage buildings across the country. So venues like Alexandra Palace can have a bright future.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Stark Bay was devastated by storm damage. Homes and businesses wrecked and an important A road severed. Thousands who used it to commute to school, work and healthcare are stranded, bus routes broken, emergency vehicles blocked. And the 300,000 visitors who come annually and underpin our fragile tourist economy now in doubt. But this is a place that has stepped up twice to defend our country. Once when 1.5 million cubic metres of shingle were dredged out of the bay to build the naval dockyards in Plymouth, and again when it was used as the training ground for the D-Day landings at a cost of 750 American soldiers' lives. It is also the site of a unique national nature reserve with rare species found only here. This storm damage is of national significance, so I ask the Prime Minister if he will ensure that the myriad of government agencies and departments needed will work together with experts to find and fund a sustainable long-term solution to the coastal erosion that is inflicting so much.
It's a very important question, but I'm sure the Prime Minister will in the first 2 minutes. Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I know communities have been badly affected by recent storms, and damage to the A379 is very concerning. I'm pleased that she, I think, is meeting the Roads and Floods Minister today, I think. We are investing £10 billion to improve coastal flood defences. And I want to thank the Environment Agency staff who are working hard right now, putting extra protections in place and supporting people ahead of further wet weather. Big welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For too long, communities like mine in Bartley Green felt decisions were made about them, not with them. 14 years of austerity did not just close neighbourhood offices and youth services, it broke trust. Through pride in place in Woodgate, this government is helping residents restore the Woodgate Valley Cafe and so much more. What is the Prime Minister's message to my constituents about how politics can be a force for good and that he
as possible. David Pinto.
Mr. Speaker, our democracy in this House relies on the spoken word, but many with speech disabilities are left without a voice. 5 husband children, serving 2 million adults and 1 in 12 children. It can rob people of their confidence, lead to discrimination, and limit opportunities in work and in public life. It's time to tear down these barriers. Can the Prime Minister share with us what this government is doing to help people with speech disabilities support they need for their voices in the home?
He is an inspirational, powerful campaigner on this issue, and by doing what he's doing, he will give great courage to other people to take the same steps. I'm proud we're increasing the number of NHS speech and language therapists. We're trying new ways of identifying and supporting children with speech and language needs in their early years, because I agree that every child deserves the help they need to reach their potential.
Dr. Pinkerton. Mr. Speaker, my Surrey constituent Christopher was discharged from the RAF in 1966 for a reason of injury. But despite the government committing to restoring the medals of veterans and demolishing the justice of those discharged from our arms after 1967, his case was still so pending, and only a letter that contained the track changes in the papers that the MOD issued. So can I ask the Prime Minister to express what interest in this case to ensure that it's resolved swiftly, and to like Christopher to mark on Remembrance Day as he wishes to with his medals and his bearers and his dignity restored.
I will do everything I can to ensure that that happens, which is absolutely what should happen. This was an absolute scandal that gave him the military plan, and it is absolutely right that it was overturned, that we must follow through on that, and I'll do everything I can to make sure that we deliver on what we promised to deliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week the government launched a consultation on establishing a growth development corporation for Cambridge. And in the meantime, Pete Freeman, chairman of the Cambridge Growth Company, has on record as saying we should aim to be the most livable city in Europe. That's a fantastic ambition, one which I entirely agree with. And I ask the Prime Minister, given this will be good for growth, not just for Cambridge, but for the region and the wider economy, what more can the government do to help us not least to what that generation of young people who can barely afford a home? Prime Minister, his constituency is already home to brilliant research, innovation and economic growth. And for a greater Cambridge Development Corporation, we'll put in the powers and resources to unlock its full potential. I want to let other people have their say, and we'll make sure that we create a fair plan that attracts and well-connected child and youth neighbourhoods.
Would the Prime Minister share with me the concern that while some ambassadors retiring in disgrace get tens of thousands of pounds in pay, many other civil servants?
Greetings, guys. Greetings. Thanks for joining me live. I'm doing some stuff in the kitchen and I'm cooking on the outside as well, yeah? Thank you for joining. Let's start.
Are treated with the dignity that they deserve.
Yes, we are taking steps. He's right, we should take further steps, and I think that will be agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The announcement that pubs and music venues will receive a much welcome reduction in business rates is a positive step. However, in our manifesto, we did promise root and branch reform of business rates. Hospitality and leisure businesses in my Stourbridge constituency facing a projected £20,000 increase in business rates over the next 3 years, along with employment cost increases and energy costs. Hospitality and leisure play a vital role for our community, providing jobs and spaces to socialise. So will the Prime Minister consider a similar rate relief package for hospitality and leisure?
She's right that we need the conditions for flourishing high streets, and it underscores the importance of 6 interest rate cuts, the £5.8 billion that we put into Pride incurs, and the work to put money in people's pockets. I'm pleased we've delivered a 15% cut and a 2-year freeze for cuts from live music venues. That comes on top of the 4.3 billion to support businesses.
No. What time food ready? Food will start here. Something else not here. Alright, what time for the food? Why, come back and go 4 o'clock. Don't say a word. Yeah? Don't say a word. Alright.
It is absolutely we're now increasing the volume for the truth of investigating this terrible, toxic, and are out there now providing reassurance to parents and people in the community. And indeed, I'm sure I speak for the whole House when our thoughts and prayers are with the victims, their families, and also those that witnessed this atrocity. But will the Prime Minister now look at what needs to be done to combat the youth crime across the country? It is absolutely wrong that people are carrying knives in the first place when they don't need to, and indeed they're drawn into this terrible atrocity. We owe it to the victims to ensure this happens.
Can I thank him for raising this case? And it's one of the most powerful and important things that we do as MPs in this place, particularly when there's such awful cases. And he's absolutely right. We must do everything we can to reduce knife crime. There are initiatives and steps we've taken to remove the accessibility of knives where they can be bought. We need to do much more work with our schools and young people to ensure that people don't carry knives. And we need to work with the police and law enforcement to make sure that these incidents are investigated as quickly and as effectively as possible. I can ask them to share it with them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, the beautiful Grade 2 listed Chetwynd Bridge and the A513 between Eddingdale and Alwas has been restricted to cars and light vans since October of 2023. So farmers are facing a 25-mile diversion, and with severe flooding now hitting Eddingdale multiple times a year, this vital route risks being cut off for emergency response times as well. Bridges like this with a clear economic impact on communities should be the focus of the government's new structures fund, which I welcome. So can I ask the Prime Minister to encourage his ministers to meet with me so that we can find a solution to this issue in my rural constituency?
Well, can I thank you for raising this issue and just clearing that, making absolutely clear that we need to find a solution to this. I'll make sure that you get the meeting that we have requested with the Prime Minister so we can move as quickly as possible.
Carl, final question.
And there is the some questions for this week. Kemi, they have not surprisingly quizzing the Prime Minister about his judgment. There were cheers when he rose at the dispatch box, although the Speaker pointed out a lot of them were from the Conservative benches. Let's introduce my guests for this part of the programme. We're joined by Heidi Alexander, who is the Transport Secretary, Nigel Huddleston, who is the Shadow Culture Secretary, and our Chief Political Correspondent, Henry Seckham. So, Henry, this was a moment which could be really very difficult for Prime Minister after the last few days. What do you make of the line of questioning from Henry?
Well, it's the second PMQs in a row where the Prime Minister primarily faced questions, not just from Kemi Bailey, but from other opposition parties too, about his decision to appoint somebody who has had associations with somebody else who's been convicted of some sorts of sexual offences regarding children. That is just quite an extraordinary thing. In terms of how the Prime Minister responded in this instance to questions about his appointment of Matthew Doyle as former Director of Communications to the House of Lords, I think Labour MPs will probably be happier with how he responded than how he responded last week to questions about his management and his association with Jeffrey Epstein, just because he did the sort of political punch and Judy thing of being much more combative in response to that. And he came up with that where David and the Denby against without that really cross words between Keir Starmer and Ed David. But the fundamentals of this are still pretty tricky for the Prime Minister. I mean, he accused his former Director of Communications, because that's what Lord Doyle is, of having misled him. I think the actually can't say that lied to him by implications that he hadn't given a full account of his association with this Scottish council. I mean, that's quite something, but I think the crucial point is that the full account was provided to the Prime Minister, not by Matthew Doyle, but by the Sunday Times. It was 2 weeks between that full account of what Matthew Doyle had done and Matthew Doyle actually taking out his heroes. That's 2 weeks in which the Prime Minister could have stopped it happening. He didn't, and I expect the story to
Heidi, what do you say here? This is about the Prime Minister's judgment again, and the fact that he must have known it was in the public.
Welcome, guys. Welcome to my live.
Friendship.
It's something outside.
With having indecent images of children.
So the first thing I'd say is that I know here as a woman, decency, integrity, public service runs in his head, and he has obviously apologised for the decision that he took
about Peter Mandelson as soon as the depth and darkness of that relationship between Mandelson and Epstein became available. He was stiffly sat in the middle of the night as ambassador to the UK. With respect to Matthew Boyle, the former director of communications, my understanding is that the nomination was made in early December. Keir at that time was not aware of the full extent of the relationship that Matthew had with the Scottish councillor in question. Certainly didn't know that he had been out campaigning for him. It's my understanding, as frustrating as this is for your listeners, that there isn't an established process once a nomination has happened to the House of Lords to then pull back that nomination before a peer is introduced. Because that's the point here, because that's why the Prime Minister has said we've got to look at the processes around this, because we want positions, we want people. But you're saying that he didn't know about any connection between Matthew Doyle and Sean Morton at the point where the nomination was made. He was aware of an association, but he wasn't given full account of the relationship. He didn't. Is that because he said that Matthew Doyle didn't give a full account? I mean, it sounds like he's being hoodwinked by all sorts of people. He obviously believed what he said. We need to look at the vetting processes that are taking place here. There is an investigation into the vetting process the Labour Party is conducting. But it's also one the Prime Minister is absolutely determined to take action to clear up the way in which appointments are made and vetting processes work, because the simple truth is this, that people who are in positions of power in politics and in government should be serving the public and not serving their own self-interest. I know that is something that is absolutely integral to what the Prime Minister needs to achieve. Are you concerned that he's maybe too trusting? He believed Peter Mandelson, he believed Matthew Doyle. He seems to be believing these people. It sounds like he's being slightly naive. So, look, Morgan McSweeney resigned. He gave advice to the Prime Minister about the Peter Mandelson situation. The Prime Minister was abundantly clear at P&Q's last week that he has been lied to, that Peter Mandelson was not honest about the nature of the relationship that he had with Jeffrey Epstein. As soon as there was black and white evidence about that, which was published in that dossier that came out in September for Peter Mandelson, we all saw for the first time, you saw for the first time, I saw for the first time, as did the Prime Minister, that Peter Mandelson had emailed Jeffrey Epstein saying that he should challenge a wrongful conviction. It was at that point that the Prime Minister ran up the middle of the night and withdrew as ambassador to the US. That was obviously the right thing to do. And it's obviously right that we look at the vetting processes that take place before these. Okay, well, I just want to show viewers this, that when you talk about Matthew Doyle and his appointment, have a look at this. This is in the Sunday Times. Now, the date here is crucial. Let's have a look at the headline. I think we can see it now. This is from the. Okay, we don't have it a second. But anyway, this is what Henry, you were talking about, which is the Sunday Times. They actually reported on the 27th of December that Matthew Doyle had campaigned alongside this person who had been charged over indecent images of children. So it was in the public domain. And okay, it was before he took a seat. Could he have withdrawn it? I'm not close to the process that has happened here. My understanding.
Oh, he's online. Look, jerk chicken. Jerk it from outside. Just coming in with it. Yeah? Looking lovely, ain't it? I'm cooking for a funeral tomorrow.
I think that we have to look at this again with the Labour whip. And he has had the Labour whip. But he could have done that, Lisa. If he couldn't have stopped him taking his seat, he could have said, you can take your seat, I can't stop that, but you're not going to be in the Labour. Well, he didn't do that. He's no longer in Labour. Okay, right.
Yeah, this isn't a question of process. This is a question of the Prime Minister's judgment. And, now they're saying, in hindsight, with no more this information, we would have made a different decision. I think lots of normal people, reasonably sensible people, would have looked at the evidence that was already there and come to a different conclusion. There was evidence of these relationships ongoing with Mandelson, and of course the latest one with Matthew Doyle as well. There was information there.
every single time, if you look at the actual answers there, every single time he was asked about what his appointments and what he knew, he completely deflected onto a different topic. And that is not an honest and decent way to, by the way, treat the House of Commons as well.
I mean, Henry, presumably after last week where he admitted, didn't he, in the House of Commons under questioning that he did know all of what he previously said about Hinterland, I presume that's the... He didn't say as much, did he, about the detail of what he knew about Matthew Doyle?
No, he didn't. And I think he was trying to demonstrate sort of political fight to his enemies who seemed, seemed sort of more behind him than they were last week. Actually, just while we're talking about that, I should say, by the way, Kenny Bailiff in her questioning said that Matthew Doyle had campaigned for Sean Wilton in Scotland after he had been convicted. And that's not, he had been charged with having been convicted. And that is quite an important distinction. Matthew Doyle says at that time he was denying his guilt. He eventually actually pleaded guilty, but just an important fact. It was a Prime Ministerial justice court.
Well, let's not start with that. Let's move on to the detail here about the judgment and the predicament that the Prime Minister found himself in. And let's not forget what's happened. The Labour leader in Scotland has called for him to resign and said he should go. He's safe for now, but what's the problem?
So the Prime Minister's not going anywhere. 19 months ago, he delivered a resounding victory for the Labour Party in the general election. He's not walking away from his responsibilities to deliver the change for the country that we were promised when we stood for election in June 2024. And, that's something I think you said would be very exciting today. I think the fire was going to Prime Minister's questions because, it's been a difficult week. No one's pretending that it hasn't been. I think the support that he was shown from the vast majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party on Monday morning is a real vote of confidence in his agenda to tackle the cost of living, get the economy going, get NHS revenues down, and actually build a country then we're united as a Labour Party. And so, look, I think it's really important that we don't enter into the turmoil that we're seeing under the Conservatives. They churned through Prime Ministers. When you have the Chris Pincher scandal, you have Boris Johnson defending him. Things will go wrong in government. The question is not whether things go wrong, it's how you deal with them. And actually, I think we've shown real leadership in what is going to do.
Absolutely. This is the thing. So always somebody else's fault. It's like, oh, Lorden McSweeney needs to go because he advised me back. Well, no, the person who's made the decision based on that advice. And he needs to take personal responsibility. And we all know the Prime Minister is a dead man walking. Nobody wants to move now because we've got all these separate elections coming up and nobody wants to vote now. But I suspect in a few months' time, by the time we've just got the other side of the local elections, we will see a different pattern. And the Prime Minister should take responsibility. So I thought his answers today were appalling. The reason why he didn't give honest answers this week is he gave an honest answer last week and it nearly brought him down. He's not going to make that mistake again, so we're just going to see more deflection, more defeat over the coming weeks.
Henry, he's got fire in his belly, he's fighting, or he's a dead man walking? Which is it?
Well, it depends who you ask, and sometimes it depends whether you ask in public or not. But, it is certainly the case, as Ed Miliband acknowledged with a really vivid turn of phrase earlier this week. Yes, it was still this week, it feels like ages ago. But the Labour Party did walk to the precipice. I think I now know, having spoken to people who were in the war room, as they called it, the capital room, hitting the phones on Keir Starmer's behalf to shore him up, but even some of those people in that operation thought that he might not last the day without announcing his resignation as Labour Party leader. I actually think, having got so close to the precipice and then walked back, the sort of bulk of Labour MPs are now to the further from the precipice than they were at the start, if that makes sense. So I think he has earned a reprieve. I think he is a little stronger in relative terms than he has been for a little while. But there is a really interesting question which I couldn't just go over the answer to yet, which is what he's going to do with that. Is he going to carry on with exactly the same
direction of the party? Do you think there could be a change in the direction of the party in terms of policy?
Certainly some of those who backed the Prime Minister this week want to use their support of him to try to sort of nudge him in a different direction. Now, some of them would argue that's the true direction of Keir Starmer before Lorden McSweeney joined his side. I think it's quite hard for us actually really to know what Starmerism looks like with Lorden McSweeney, without Lorden McSweeney. I think Lorden McSweeney has been his chief advisor for literally the entirety of his leadership until Sunday afternoon. So, look, let's see. There's still a lot of vacancies in Downing Street, although obviously the elected politicians have most unfortunate. So let's see if that agenda changes. I think once Keir Starmer's got to the end of this week and Parliament's in recess for a week, I think he will have a chance to take stock, and it will be really fascinating to see.
I think, did you change the direction? Did you say you wanted that when you put your support out for the Prime Minister? Is that what you want to see?
No, I want to see the Prime Minister deliver on the manifesto that we put to the electorate just 19 months ago, to make progress in renewing public services, getting those NHS voting lists down, rebuilding the schools that become more and more Conservatives, making sure that people have got good, well-paid jobs where they're treated with respect. I might just say this. Pembroke talks about the Parliamentary Labour Party walking towards the precipice, and the phrase that Ed Miliband used yesterday when he was giving interviews. When I see Keir Starmer as strongest, it's when he is on the international stage for us. And I can't talk about this publicly, but when I'm sat in COBRA meetings and the proverbial is about to hit the fan, I'm really glad that it's Keir Starmer that is the Prime Minister of this country. And I actually think the vast majority of Labour MPs feel that. And I think a good chunk of the British people feel that too. And in a very turbulent world where we've got conflicts still raging in places like Ukraine, where we're seeing the global trading order being disrupted and changes happening, I think it's really important that we've got somebody like Keir who is our Prime Minister and who can navigate our country through that.
Do you think, Ed Miliband, do you think it was unhelpful to say that the party had looked over the precipice?
I think Ed's description of it was true.
They looked over the precipice, they looked around and thought, oh my God, I don't like any of the alternatives. Let's just stick with
what you thought? You looked at alternatives and thought, no, thank you?
No, I have confidence in Keir Starmer as the Prime Minister, and I think he should be leading the Labour Party.
Well, Nigel, maybe they're choosing not to go down the route that the last Conservative government did.
Well, exactly, because when I was door knocking in advance of the 2024 election, I had people saying to me, I couldn't run a business in the way that the Conservatives were running the government because you churned through Prime Ministers, and actually people used to say, if you were changing the person that was in charge in the company that I work in, we wouldn't have...
We made mistakes, I can tell you that. You know,
people don't want the chaos, they want stability.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
want us to fix the problems of the country and not fix them ourselves.
You are right, they need us to fix the problems of the country. The problem is you're creating them. Look at you're causing unemployment. And this goes to the heart. Doesn't matter who the Labour leader is, there'll still be Labour, there'll still be big government, high tax, anti-business, and we'll all suffer from it. Doesn't matter who the Labour is. The problem is the policies. You've got socialist, left-wing, anti-business policies, and that is what's damaging the country. I don't know who you're talking to in your constituency, but I'm getting a very different feeling in mine.
Well, we've seen economic growth being higher than expected. We've seen interest rates come down such as that. We've seen inflation coming down and due to being a target in the next couple of months. We've seen business confidence growing. And so look, I'm just not going to accept that.
I'm sure you won't.
I'm not going to accept
You
it.
have to understand, I get it. I understand.
Isn't there a danger that some people look at this and go, you're as bad as each other? There's been no stability under either of you for the last several years.
It's a criticism. We've worked for years in power, but we also did create 4 million jobs when we were in power. It wasn't 14 years of failure. That's not a true narrative. But we did make mistakes. We are learning from those mistakes. That's exactly why for new leadership we're going in a different way.
Okay, I want to take people back to February last year. Remember this?
Yeah. What did my
From His
yeah, something they do wrong there. He called our light saying, you know,
On that same day in Washington, after that meeting, the Prime Minister went to the offices of the tech company Palantir, where he met with the CEO. You can see a photo of the two of them here, Alex Karp, as you can see. Now, Nigel, your party raised this in Parliament yesterday. You seem to have some concerns. Can you explain what they are?
Yes, so the concerns are that this wasn't on the proper register.
There were 3 songs. One of the girls said rape. The next one now said rape. One of them said rape.
So there were great
Jury finding guilty.
And
classy back
So there was a defence contract under the Conservatives, actually, 2022.
Going up, yeah.
What do you suggest?
So it's the transparent
starting at 22. Citizens said yesterday in response to recognises that often there are single source contracts let and just a single bidder. That was a decision of John Healy, the Secretary of State for Defence. It was his decision alone. If anyone was trying to be secretive about the Prime Minister's visit to Palantir and wants it, they want to put the pictures up on the Flickr feed for everyone.
I say, anyway. I literally didn't, I just passed and I saw the gate open. I thought they would come and check. Okay. You know, they give my car to he said that if he says okay, will you sort it out? Said if it's okay, will you be able to sort it? What are we going to do it, you know? Yeah, don't get it up.
I mean, I think what this is a reminder that we are going to be living with the reverberations politically of the Manderson cyber scandal, if you want to call it, for some time. There's this.
It's because just to be clear, he was a founder of a company and a global council, and this Palantir are a client of that company. That's what's
Yeah, and he no longer had a role in global council when he was ambassador, and I think he did the process of divesting from his shareholding. I mean, all of that. Because there would be a conflict of interest. As I say, not just the Conservatives, but in some cases Labour MPs. So I think we will be looking at this.
He's probably still sleeping. Check you later on. I'll give him a second.
To release the news stopping
let's have a listen to Labour on this issue.
This deal with Palantir stinks. Before Peter Manderson was initiated it into our NHS and defence contracts. Surely this government to begin to distance itself and pivot away from companies like Palantir, who are so closely connected with Donald Trump.
So, Palantir, as I understand it, has a contract with the Ministry of Defence to provide data support, analytical support, AI. This helps in our operational planning in the rest of the world. And I think most people in the country would just want to know that the UK government is making the most of the support that relevant private sector companies and I think
9 people are killed, at least 25 injured at a school and home in one of the worst mass shootings in Canada's history. People tried escaping after using tables to barricade doors in the school in a small remote town in British Columbia. They say the shooter is also dead. Also on the programme this lunchtime, police are questioning a 13-year-old boy as counter-terrorism officers investigate the stabbing of 2 boys in a school in northwest London. Claims on social media that sunlight can improve mental health and skin conditions have been criticised as irresponsible and potentially dangerous. Tottenham Hotspur sacked Thomas Frank after just 8 months in charge, with the club struggling in the Premier League. And should you be fined if you don't move your wheelie bin quickly enough after it's been emptied? Fine for strikes. Time to tackle so-called bin blocks. Coming up on BBC News, 4 after their first dance and going for the podium this evening, can Lila Fair and Lewis Gibson bring Team GB's first medal of the Milan 14? Welcome to BBC News at 1. At least 9 people have been shot dead and 25 injured at a school and a nearby home in British Columbia. Canadian officials described it as one of the worst mass shootings in the country's history. Police say the suspected shooter was found dead at the school in Tumbler Ridge, that falls up the Rocky Mountains. It's a small town with a population of just under 2,500.
Let's say I'm on the
Police say they know the attacker's identity, but have not revealed their name.
Students are victim of a mass shooting in their school. 9 people have been killed and 25 injured in the rural Canadian town of Tumbler Ridge. Police said the attacker also took their own lives. 2 of the victims were found in a house in the town. 1 died at a Royal Hospital. 6 others died at the school.
My friends would post her at the walls and she was saying people close their doors, lock down, stuff like that. I thought it was a secure golden something like that at first. But once things started circulating, we realized how serious it really was. So we barricaded up the doors with some iron tables. Sat in for 2 hours. It was on their phones that I literally with my mother the entire time.
Tumbler Ridge has a small population of fewer than 2,500 people. The shooting has had a profound effect on everyone here.
The people of Tumbler Ridge remain in a state of crisis, following one of the worst mass shootings in our province's and country's history. This is a devastating day for a close-knit community, and the loss being felt is profound.
We can't imagine what the community is going through. But I know it's causing us all to hold our kids a little bit tighter tonight, and makes us think about our kids' safety. When they go to school, we take it for granted. We go to school, we find them safe. And events like this give us pause.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he was devastated. Posting on X, my prayers and deepest condolences are with the families and friends who have lost loved ones to these horrific acts of violence. The Government of Canada stands with all British Columbians as they confront this horrible tragedy. The town is remote, sitting at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, 1,000 miles north of Vancouver. Its community left shaken by what is an extremely rare event in Canada.
This kind of thing just doesn't happen here. I can count kind of on one hand the instances that I recall knowing about. Not that it happened necessarily in my lifetime, but certainly this is a rarity and it's something that we, I don't think we're really aware of how to process.
Police say the identity of the attacker is unknown, but have so far not revealed their name or gender. This is a tragedy, though, which will no doubt affect everyone in this tight-knit community. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Here, a 13-year-old boy remains in police custody after being arrested on suspicion of attempted murder following the stabbing of 2 other boys at a school in North London yesterday afternoon. The victims are 12-year-old and 13-year-old are in a serious condition. Video highlights reports.
The Lower Kingsbury High School in North London is closed as police continue to question the 30-year-old.
Let's go get chicken fried, yes, I'm done. For the start fried fish. Hold on, just something. Yeah.
The suspect is believed to have had previous connections to the school. Police say he left the scene following the stabbing, but was later arrested and a weapon was recovered. The two victims are in hospital and believed to be in serious condition.
The community, the parents, the wider family are deeply shocked at the events. So it's a really distressing day. When crime happens, especially when it happens to children, we sometimes forget the knock-on effect of the other kids and the mental health of the other kids and how we have to nurture that, especially in the beginning.
The stabbing is renewed calls for knife archers in schools and colleges. 50-year-old Harvey Williams was stabbed and killed at a school in Sheffield last February. His parents have called for every school and college to install a walk-through metal detector.
It's not something that we're looking at the moment, but we are taking action on that violence and in a whole range of ways in terms of training, in terms of investment, in terms of support for young people.
Counter-terror officers are leading this investigation, but it's not to be treated as a terrorist incident.
The lower part of this academy here in North West London is closed today after what the head teacher described was a deeply traumatic event for the entire school.
Someone tell me this morning in first you said, the whole of this year, I saw that way there was. Whole of this year? For the rest of the year? Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry, where she get that from? How much she said she get it from? Some Google. Yeah, listen to Google something on the line. This is whole West Norway I get on the line.
Now when I probably I just few days left people
This has happened and yet they were nervous and said even to come to school today. This is a quiet residential area. We've seen locals peering out of their windows, just trying to make sense of what's happened here. One local told us that this is the last thing. Now, this is the investigation being led by county.
Yes, last week, he might cook some for the Wally brother. I'm there, I'm still helping do some of it, Look on them. So when this project starts, we can up and down and we are only having a few say, only going to project. Yeah? By the first container, he said the money to go by the first container when you give me money. Get my virgin, build up a base, to put it on, down. My own man, I'm running road with me and I left. Help me give me money to help build a base, to put it on. Buy a container for myself, throw up and buy a container for myself. I'm the build base.
The CBS can show me container, but he not slide that.
What I know, man?
He not slide that.
What I know? Put it on there now, and it did enough. My container, we cut you by everything enough. When that door and everything. I just the roof, we don't put on it. That my woman fall out on left. And the woman say, "Why back your money when you spend on it?" He get £2,000 from Pauline and give him, we give a junior money. I need 500,000 spent to container. Not to mention the base of the money you blow out clock out your plan. And the man do things these days and he not tell you nothing,
We saw it with Birmingham, we saw it with Anderson, and now we
man,
see
you work on the container, man, what you know?
the former prosecutor would call and
Why have to know on the container? What's up with the pass, man, back up on the container like the man do something?
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take no lecture from the chorus.
No, something still.
She defended Partygate for months and months.
Let's leave him to you, John.
Mr. Speaker, he hasn't
The time come for me, I have a word. You understand?
take responsibility. He never does, and they know it. She comes here every week, desperately fighting to save her dying heart. I'm fighting to change our country.
No, they're on YouTube live, it's no business of the Lord. You don't care. No, no mind on the panic. Yeah, that's not a blood.
So the first PMQs quickest I had to face since that leadership question arose. How did we get on? Well, that's right. There's lots of cheering down there on the Labour benches behind him, but nonetheless, what Kevin Bidlock was seeking to do was to make people sitting behind Keir Starmer, make his own MPs feel very, very uncomfortable. Secretary, and interestingly, in the last hour speaking to BBC, the Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander, has said that once Lord Doyle was nominated for the upper house, that nomination couldn't be withdrawn, and there's no established process for withdrawing it. It was after the nomination that the newspaper stories about him first appeared, although nonetheless they did appear before he actually took his seat in the House of Lords in January. Now, interestingly too, despite those cheers at Prime Minister's questions, behind closed doors, even as we speak now, the Prime Minister is speaking to women members of the Parliamentary Labour Party. They might be facing far more difficult questions from them than we may have seen publicly. And one other thing which struck me as well at Prime Minister's questions is that Keir Starmer talked about his legacy. His legacy was changing the Labour Party to make it electable. It is interesting that Prime Minister's mentioned about another 3 years or so to run, that you're already talking about where he's got to now, retrospectively, rather than necessarily grasping the future. Thank you, Ian.
Yeah, well, woman, I drink. Woman, I drink. I run out of container.
If they're elected, speaking of press conference this morning, asking questions to Katie Cooper. Lockdowns will introduce a small public expenditure and a department of work based in Perth.
23,000 civil servants have already been moved out of London
No,
in
somebody run, are you?
2020.
No, somebody run.
There's already an ambition to move 50% of senior civil servants out of London by 2030. So what we're proposing is completely in keeping with the existing along those lines, basically saying that we think this particular government department's priority.
Britain is to double the number of troops deployed in Norway to 2,000 over the next 3 years. Mission to defend the Arctic. The Secretary Kevin says Russia poses the biggest threat to the security of the region since the Cold War. 3,770 incidents reported in Britain last year, the second highest annual total in according to the So the government is providing record funding for security at synagogues, Jewish schools, Children's Commissioner for England has
everybody are running. You have to send money down every stacking. Me and that Jamaica, they have to restacking. And when my woman already that not happens.
Rachel D'Souza said, changing the online giving, weight loss injections, products and scans. Now BBC official document which appears to have been sent by Andrew Mountbatten Windsor to the convicted Jeffrey Epstein in 2010 when the Philippines was a trade envelope. It includes information prepared by UK officials about investment opportunities in Afghanistan. The claims are currently being assessed for $10 lease and well Sean Buckman joins me now. Sean, just bring us up to date with the latest.
Well, as you say, we know that the police are currently assessing the claims that Andrew Mountbatten of Windsor had shared official documents with Jeffrey Epstein at a time when Andrew was UK's trade envoy. And we now know the contents of these one of those documents. And it was prepared by UK government officials for the then Duke of York. And they went into some detail about investment opportunities in Afghanistan. It talks about significant high-value mineral deposits. And as examples of what could be exploited in element, it talks about gold, uranium, and possibly oil and gas. Trade envoys had a duty of confidentiality. And Sir Vince Cable, who at the time was business secretary, said that sharing this information with Jeffrey Epstein was appalling behaviour. Now, Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has denied any wrongdoing with association with Epstein. And he's also made clear that he had no personal gain during his time with Jones work as a UK trade ambassador. Sure, thank you.
Let's fire on. Oh! Yeah, come here, Gama, come. Two postmen come here, Gama.
9 people are killed and at least 25 injured at a school and home in a small remote town in British Columbia. One of the worst mass shootings in Canada's history. And the poor state of hundreds of school buildings in England is having detrimental on children's education.
Police running because serious paranoia.
Premier League run is less than 6 facing potential relegation.
But when it just goes and then we get there, I caught them and I'm down there and I search for them and I fireplace and release them and everything.
In connection with the disappearance of another high-profile American TV presenter, 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie, the mother of NBC News anchor Savannah Guthrie, vanished more than a week ago. Our North America correspondent David Willis reports.
Haunting images captured minutes before Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. A masked individual approaches her front door and starts tampering with the security camera. After initially seeking to cover the lens with their hand, the armed intruder turns to foliage from the front garden.
The feeling was that any footage from that camera was either corrupted or lost because the device had been disconnected recently, the subscription had expired, but they have been very pleasantly surprised, and the work of data analysts and forensic experts may have given investigators the biggest breakthrough they could hope for in this case.
The Sheriff's Department and the FBI have focused their inquiries on a 4-mile area between Nancy Guthrie's home and that of her elder daughter Annie, going door to door in the hunt for clues. Nancy Guthrie's fate is still unclear, although her famous daughter has been clinging to the hope that she is still alive.
Law enforcement is working tirelessly around the clock, trying to bring her home, trying to find her. She was taken and we don't know where. And we need your help.
A ransom note emailed to media outlets demanded $6 million in Bitcoin in return for Nancy Guthrie's release. A deadline for that payment came and went on Monday, with no indication of whether she is alive or dead. Savannah Guthrie reposted pictures of the suspect on her Instagram page. It remains to be seen whether today's developments represent the end of a nightmare or the beginning of a new one. David Willis, BBC News, Tucson, Arizona.
The former editor of the Daily Mail, Paul Baker, has told the High Court private investigators working on behalf of his paper may have used unlawful techniques to get information in the early 2000s. 7 people, including Prince Harry and Sir Elton John, claim the Mail newspapers were responsible for widespread unlawful information gathering, something Associated Newspapers denies. Our reporter Tom Simons is outside High Court now. Tom, what more we hear this morning?
Well, Paul Baker's described himself as the captain of a tough ship, the Daily Mail, which produced, as he called it, exceptional journalism. And he's described the allegations against his newspaper as preposterous. He was being questioned today about the use by journalists of private investigators. And he was asked whether, in the early 2000s, a criminal investigation into one particular investigator, a notorious private investigator, had actually shown that there was evidence of unlawful methods being used. And he said several things about that. He said in some cases there may have been a public interest reason for breaching the Data Protection Act. He also said it was important to be able to put stories to journalists, to celebrities, despite the fact that the journalists did not necessarily have their phone numbers, which were by the time published in phone books. And he said, when he found out that this was going on, he, quotes, brought the shutters down and put a stop to it. He banned the use of what he called inquiry agents in 2007. Now, he was asked whether actually his journalists had carried on using private investigators and other freelance journalists to get information unlawfully. And he often said that if that was going on, it was below his radar. And he also pointed out that those journalists are going to be coming to this court to give their own evidence about how they obtained their stories. Now, this is going to be a long process. We are in week 3 of a 9-week trial.
Thank you, John. Many school buildings are being run off fragile and need refurbishing or replacing, the group of MPs have ruled in a new report. The Education Select Committee says despite progress being made to remove dangerous concrete known as RAC, significant concerns still remain. Here's our education reporter, Hayley Clark.
More than 2 years after a crisis affecting hundreds of schools, some schools are still dealing with removing RAC from their buildings.
So this is a PE department at School. As you can see, there's plenty of mitigation in place to support the RAC ceiling that we have here.
RAC, or reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, is a cheaper alternative to standard concrete with a lifespan of around 30 years, and became headline news when several school ceilings collapsed. Today, a new report from the Education Select Committee says that despite the government making significant progress in removing RAC, the experience is still impacting pupils' learning, with some students still relying on temporary classrooms.
This crisis has been hugely disruptive for schools that have been found to have RAC, and it has laid bare the wider conditions within the school estate, and also the lack of information that was held by schools and multi-academy trusts about the buildings for which they were responsible.
The government has committed to fully removing RAC from schools by the end of this Parliament. Today's report is also calling for longer-term funding to repair other building issues. 700,000 pupils were learning in buildings in need of major refurbishment or replacement, according to a recent report from the National Audit Office. And almost 4 in 10 school buildings were past their estimated design life.
We need a plan of how to get our school estates back on track and make sure that head teachers can focus on the teaching and learning and the well-being of the people in those buildings, and know that those buildings are safe going forward into a new decade ahead of us.
Today, the government has announced their 10-year vision for improving school buildings, which includes new plans to make schools greener and more inclusive by design. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson says it marks a turning point, and they say they will spend $38 billion over this Parliament to create buildings that are fit for the future. For some schools, improvements can't come soon enough. Hayley Clark, BBC News.
Claims by tanning companies that sunbeds offer health benefits have been criticised by the government as irresponsible and potentially dangerous. The Tuckwood BBC investigation found hundreds of social media adverts suggesting that sunbeds could treat mental health conditions, reduce fatigue, or help weight loss. Our health reporter Jim Reed has more.
Search online and you'll find the sunbed industry has been changing.
Tanning beds get such a bad reputation online. Firstly, people think it's dangerous. They're wrong.
This winter, the ads on TikTok and Instagram are not just about tanning, but other supposed health benefits.
I'm freezing cold and I need some vitamin D, so I'm here to get on the sunbeds.
We found hundreds of misleading videos claiming that sunbeds can boost energy, treat skin conditions, and even stop you getting colds and flu.
Exposes you to UV light, which helps to balance your vitamin D levels and triggers feel-good chemicals such as serotonin.
But none of those videos explain the potential health risks. Sam also posts on TikTok about his cancer diagnosis.
Basically, I have a big dot on the forehead.
He did use sunbeds, though he can never know if they caused his skin cancer. He's now waiting for surgery. What do you make of some of the information that's out there on things like TikTok and social media?
Very misguided, misconstrued, whatever word you want to say. A lot of people have all commented on the video saying sunbeds are healthy for you, vitamin D. It's UV damage at the end of the day.
Last year, the advertising watchdog banned this video it said was misleading.
Responsible use of sunbeds brings major health benefits.
The firm Indigo's Sun disagreed with the ruling, which it said was based on old research. Since then, 5 more ads have been banned for making health claims or saying sunbeds were safe. None of those firms responded to the BBC. The industry association, though, did agree to speak to us. It represents half all tanning salons.
Our members are there to sell a tan, and we don't encourage them to make health claims. Nevertheless, modern science is showing that there are health benefits of increasing your levels of UV exposure within safe levels.
But many doctors, many other scientists would say there is no safe way to use a sunbed.
Wholly untrue. Of course there's a safe way to use a sunbed, which is why there's a standard on the output of sunbeds, and the number of sessions is being controlled.
Dermatologists and cancer doctors, though, say the younger you start on a sunbed, the higher the risk of skin cancer. And cancer charities say they want this generation to see the full picture.
A lot of the information that's out there is going largely unchecked and unregulated. I would encourage people to think about where your information is coming from, who is creating this information, and whether you can trust them.
The advertising watchdog now says new guidelines for the sunbed industry will be published next month as it tries to better protect customers in the online world. Jim Reid, BBC News.
Thomas Frank has been sacked as manager of Tottenham Hotspur after just 8 months in charge. Spurs are currently 16th in the Premier League, just 5 points plus a relegation.
Thomas Frank heard the noise and knew the numbers. Spurs' defeat to Newcastle was their 11th of the season. In the league, it puts them just 5 points off the top zone. The calls to go are adding up.
It's not a good situation. And also, you know, you can say it's been building up a little bit. It's tough.
This morning, Spurs confirmed that was Frank's final straw, saying in a statement, results and performances have led the board to conclude that a change at this point in the season is necessary. Frank's stock was once so high Spurs paid millions to get him. He led Brentford to the top flight and kept them there for 4 seasons. Stability Tottenham needed, having sacked a trophy winner. And Postecoglou brought them the Europa League, but they finished 17th back home. Frank at first came in and made a decent start.
And Spurs look as though they are set to enjoy themselves this season.
They reached the Champions League last 2, but the background wind got dark. Spurs lost in both cup competitions and now are sinking down the Premier League. Last night's match was their 8th without a win. All of Spurs' surroundings are set up to reach the top, but Thomas Frank departs on the brink of relegation. This is the end of his 8 months in charge, and Tottenham now starts another new era. Joe Linsky, BBC News.
An art installation dedicated to the British servicemen who died on D-Day will return to Normandy in April. The collection of nearly 1,500 pieces support standing with giants and displayed at various locations for the last 4 years. Founders revealed the next step of BBC Breakfast and said it will be an emotional return to the memorial.
We are continuing Normandy with the Giants. So for our 3rd season, we are taking 1,475 in the installation back to Normandy. So yeah, we're really proud, really honoured, and really quite emotional today that we're actually going back. Yeah.
Really, the project is driven by the emotion of the people. As it were, we give thousands upon thousands of people
recently, we will have just over 1 million visitors now. And if not that for something that was made literally in a shed of pallets and tarpaulins on a zero budget, it's been 4 years. Things that took 4 years to make. So having that all come together, it's just been so wonderful.
Reminder of our top headline this afternoon. 9 people are killed, at least 25 injured at a school and home in a small remote town in British Columbia. One of the worst mass shootings in Canada's history. What's it like in the village that inspired Wuthering Heights? We're in the heart of quarantine country ahead of the new film's release. Rather than full weather forecast next half hour, for a very quick alert status standing by for us. Hi, Stab. More wet weather?
A bit, yeah, Lewis, but I think the good news is we're starting to see a change by the end of the week. It's colder, finally severe, and we see some wintry showers as well. So finally some parts of Scotland will get to see the sunshine, which has been so gloomy for at least 20 days. Once we lose this area of low pressure through tomorrow and then during Friday, we open the floodgates to an Arctic northerly. We'll turn a lot colder with some snow showers around, but it'll be drier Arctic air. So we should see the sunshine. So that change takes place once before on Friday. Saturday, which is Valentine's, looks crisp, cold and sunny with light winds, but then all windy weather will sweep up on Sunday. But hopefully for next week, those wet and windy skies should move northly.
Almost some good news, Stab. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next, we're going to take you inside Iraq. The BBC has gained access for the first time since the recent violent crackdown on anti-government protests, which left thousands dead. Our chief international correspondent Lisa said is in the capital Tehran as the country marks 1,000 years since the Islamic Revolution. She's reporting from the country on condition that none of her material is used on the BBC's urban service. It's restrictions applied to all international media organisations operating in Iraq.
This is what the country wants to see in its streets. People coming out here in Tehran and its
What time you come?
to show their support
Yeah,
for
till about
the
3.
Republic
Yeah.
and the revolution now
Alright.
70 years old. It's a public holiday today, and here in Tehran it feels like a family festival. Iranians waving their flags and chanting slogans in support. This is the government's political reply to the unprecedented protests which swept the streets here in the capital and the city of Iran and were put down with unprecedented force. Today was the country's President Masoud Pezeshkian who addressed the main rally, accusing people who described as the enemies of the revolution, including Britain and the United States. He said they're trying to bring down the revolution. He also accused them of inciting unrest, especially among the youth. He also apologized to Iranians for their economic suffering. He said the government was listening. As Iran marks these 47 years, it now faces its biggest challenge since its revolution of 1979.
Thanks to Lisa for that reporting from inside of Iran. Right, now it's time for our colleagues with the news. Radio.
There is no sports headlines this lunchtime. Frank is fired. Spurs sacked their manager less than 8 months since appointing him after a run of no wins in the last 8 Premier League games. South Africa win an astonishing match at the T20 World Cup, beating Afghanistan in a second super over. And fourth after their first dance, can Lyle Fear and Lewis Gibson bring Team GB's first medal of Milan Cortina. Last night, leaving them just 5 points off the relegation zone in the Premier League. Proved the defeat too far for the Dane. Jacob Ramsey scoring what turned out to be the winning goal in the second half. Boos rang out around the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium at full time. Spurs winners run extended to 8 matches, while the club are going on 2 for the past 17 league games.
Well, in a statement announcing the move, Tottenham confirmed that Frank was leaving today and said Thomas was appointed in June 2025. We're being determined to give him the time and support needed to build for the future together. However, they say results and performances have led the board to conclude that a change at this point in the season is necessary. Well, Frank replaced Andrew Postecoglou, who had led up to their first trophy in 17 years before he was sacked in the summer. For a bright start of 5 wins in his opening 9 league matches, victories dried up. Frank leaves the club with a win ratio of just 26%, having picked up just 12 points from his past 17 games.
Ever since the defeat to West Ham, which I think is probably 3 or 4 weeks ago now, there has been an air of inevitability about this. It was a matter of when, not if, Thomas Frank would lose his job. And obviously, as we've seen now, the defeat to Newcastle last night, the home defeat to Newcastle, more toxicity in the ground has led the club to make this decision this morning. Quite plainly, I think he lost the supporters, I think he lost some of the players, and he certainly lost some internal support. And I think that's the crucial thing out of all of this here. I think there has been, and I guess to a point even to last night, there was a will to continue with Thomas Frank because they felt that he would be dealt a rough hand. Injuries, I think, a decay of the squad, the lack of leaders, all of that went into the pot. It was probably beyond detrimental to the board and the hierarchy now at Tottenham to have kept faith with Thomas Frank. I think the fact that they have done so for so long has seen their standing amongst the fan base certainly take a hit. So with all that said, if they didn't need to sack Thomas Frank this morning, then I think a lot of the ire towards, if it hasn't already, a lot of the ire towards Thomas Frank would have been converted onto the board. So I think this decision now, I hope, will galvanise the squad, who are, let's make no bones about it, in the midst of a relegation fight. So I think that will be first and foremost in their mind to get the club up the table. They are in the mix now of trying to identify an interim head coach, and then they will go from there.
Scott might not be facing quite the same pressure as Thomas Frank, but he is under pressure nonetheless as Liverpool travel to Sunderland, hoping to take advantage tonight of a couple of their rivals for a Champions League place, dropping points last night. Liverpool have a poor record against newly promoted sides, having won just 1 of their 5 games against them so far this season. Sunderland are unbeaten at home. Scott's admitted the defending champions have not met Liverpool's standards, claiming it's been his toughest season in management.
Because all the seasons I've managed, there was only positives. There was never, I don't think I've ever lost 4 games in a row. So it's an exception this season for me as it is for players. The players are not used to losing a lot or having a lot of draws. I'm not used to that as well.
So the 4 matches in the Premier League tonight with potential ramifications of both the top and the bottom. Nottingham Forest, who are just above the relegation zone, those bottom place Wolves. If they win that, they'll be level on points with Spurs, while Crystal Palace play Burnley at the top. Aston Villa and Manchester City will attempt to put the pressure on the leaders. Arsenal City hoping to reduce their advantage to 3 points.
Every time in the last weeks, every time when I go before the game, I try to interview, always lose, you're losing everything, you're going to disappear, and this kind of stuff. So what I'm saying is that it's good to be whether to be closer to winning the first half and after than the second. What is the result? Why the second half still we are dropping our performance? Why? It's not 3, 4, 5, 6 because if we will improve that, we will win. Not for them, we're going to drop maybe Mokola, but maybe we'll be getting Newcastle, or maybe next.
Franjo von Allen has become the first male skier since 1968 to win 3 gold medals at the same Winter Olympics after claiming the Super G title this morning. Only 3 others have achieved that feat in the history of the Games overall. At the win in the downhill and team combined, the Swiss skier was just over a tenth faster And America's Ryan Cookinng claimed a second silver in a row in this event. The world champion Mark
Yeah. So much I know all about them, sir.
Yeah, left foot. So yeah, you really cut. Every time I reach out my journey to the Lord, it was coming up soak like a rat.
At Milan Cortina, they are, yes, fourth, going into tonight's free dance. How do you twist this?
Well, all eyes for TGB this evening will be on the ice skating arena. Can Lyle Ford and Lewis Gibson become the first British figure skaters to win an Olympic medal since 12 AD back in 1994? Well, they've got a little bit of work to do. They are in fourth place after the rhythm dance in which they performed their Spice Girls-inspired routine. The USA and France look to be battling it out for the gold and the silver. But Britain will be hoping they can overtake Canada to take the bronze. They are just 0.71 behind the Canadian pair, so it is still very much up to grabs, but they will have to be at their very best. And of course, hat-trick of full-place finishes, including fourth place yesterday in the curling in the mixed doubles for Bruce Mount and Jane Boss. Bruce Mount is in action later on in the men's team events. Now, the British men are the reigning world champions. They won silver at the last Olympics in Beijing 4 years ago. They would dearly love to upgrade that silver to gold here in Italy, and they get their campaign underway on the round robin stage against China this evening.
Fresh from their narrow winner, the Nepal, in their opening match of the T20 World Cup, England are in action again, taking two-time champions West Indies this afternoon. It was a rematch of that victorious 2016 final in Kolkata, when Carlos Brathwaite's 4 straight sixes in the final over broke Ben Stokes and English hearts. As a winning strike in the most dramatic fashion. 10 years on, just Farmer and Anna Rashid remained from that match, including the 2 lineups. England have made just one change from the team. X-Pass the ball, but because they are bowling first, they have taken a wicket in each of the opening 2 overs. One for Geoffrey Archer, one for Sam Curran. You can follow the match live on TMS and indeed via the BBC Sport website. It was an incredibly dramatic end to today's first match. South Africa beating Afghanistan after not 1, but 2 super overs. Afghanistan needed 13 off the last of the regulation overs to win, but could only make 12, forcing the first extra over. Chasing 17 to win that. They needed a 6 off the last ball, I think, just to force a 7 super over. Having already spent 2 chances to win, Afghanistan finally succumbed, but it did come down to the very last ball, having hit 3 straight sixes. Ramanullah Gurbaz could only finally field that with the last ball to hand South Africa. Pretty extraordinary win. Australia made a winning start to their campaign, crushing Ireland by 67 runs in Colombo. We made 182% from their 20 overs. Australia have proved far too strong for Ireland. To search for the second World T20 crown. Well, that's it for now. The cricket is on the radio at BBC Sounds, or you can follow the Winter Olympics on BBC TV for the rest of the day. Lewis Gibson and Lyle Fear. Just after 6 o'clock this evening. Thanks time to rejoin BBC News at 1.
Canadian officials described as one of the worst mass shootings in the country's history. But police say the suspected shooter was found dead at the school in Temple Ridge, of the Rocky Mountains. Authorities say they know the attacker's identity, but haven't revealed their name or gender. Well, we can speak now to Tanya Fletcher, reporter for the Canadian broadcaster, BBC News. Tanya, thanks very much for coming to us. What is the latest?
Thanks for chatting with us, Lewis. It is still dark here in British Columbia on the west coast of Canada. So as dawn is breaking, so many questions still left to be answered. Far more questions unanswered than we do have answers to at this point. You mentioned the suspect. We still don't know a name. We still don't know identity. We still don't know his gender, in fact. All police are saying is that the suspect they described in the public alert that was sent out to people's cell phones when there was an active shooter is the same suspect who is later found dead at the school of an apparent suicide. And the only description that was in that alert that was sent to people's cell phones was that it was a woman in a dress with brown hair. So that is all we know about the suspect. Also little known about the victims at this point. You mentioned 6 found dead inside the school. Another person died on the way to the hospital. And 2 more people were found dead in a residence at a home. So outstanding questions. We still don't know the connection, if there is any, between all of those victims and the shooter. Did they all know each other? And presumably this is a very small community, about 2,500 people. So a lot of people, they all know each other. This is one of those small towns. We also don't know the exact details of the weapon used. And the big question, of course, is the why. The motive is the outstanding question, and RCMP acknowledged last night. Perhaps they'll never know the why, but there are just so many questions that police will be pressed for answers for as we head into the daylight hours here.
Thank you very much for doing this update, and thank you. Yeah, Council of Gloucestershire is being urged to fine residents who fail to remove the removal from the street as they've been emptied. Campaigners say the consequences of bins is damaging the town's historic appeal. I'll report it because that's not it.
Tewkesbury is a Gloucestershire town famed for its 14th century abbey and its timber-framed medieval buildings. But some say it's being blighted by bins.
Historic houses, listed buildings, but also because people putting grounds or climbing a cottage, they've had problems here and there in just getting past it everything.
The Civic Society, which Alan is part of, has started a petition to fine people if they leave their bins out beyond bin day. Some of the older houses here in Tewkesbury don't have anywhere to store their bins, so they have no choice but to leave them outside their properties. The council has a solution for that. They're offering bin bags. Bin bags will help people do away with their bins altogether. Whatever the solution, the council's taking the issue seriously.
In terms of the legislation, obviously it does permit councils the power to take action if people don't bring in their bins, but it's not something that typically councils would look to do, and it certainly isn't something that we as a council would be looking to do, across our wide area. But specifically within the conservation area, it's something we can do, and it's something that the petitioners have asked us to explore and to look into.
Council have got loads of red tape their money. They don't need to make it by fining people who left their bins out, do they? And it's usually a genuine reason. And if it isn't a genuine reason, deal with those ones.
Depends if they've got space to put the bins, because some people haven't, so it will be a fine line, I think, whether they find them or not. Some people just haven't got space, but then some people can't bother to put the bins in.
Got flats upstairs that leave their bins right out of front. And it does affect our business. It's really good look. Probably, and it is a local town.
No decision has been taken yet. How they'd issue the fines is still up for debate. But there's one thing most people agree on. The image of this historic town is worth looking after. Liz Beacon, BBC News.
Because this week sees the release of a new film adaptation of Wuthering Heights. It's been making headlines, but a rather racy take on the classic novel. The TikTok generation is also having an impact on the home of Brunswick, the village of Harrow in Yorkshire. Our arts correspondent David Sullivan reports.
The Yorkshire moors and the path to Clock Ruins, the inspiration for a literary classic, Wuthering Heights.
The sky is every shade of grey you could possibly imagine. The wind is up a bit, and it is pouring over. It is very great. It is also perfect.
It's a cultural shrine, and the talk at the moment is all about a new film adaptation. Margot Robbie and Jacob Elordi have turned their passion up to 11. And it's already drawing in royalty agreements to the village.
Have you seen any sign that there might be a film coming out?
Emily Bronte died in this house, thinking Wuthering Heights was a massive flop.
One of them, Katie Kennedy, the history gossip.
For someone of your generation, what is the appeal of Bronte?
I feel like the grittiness, the journey. Like watching that film, I felt like I just wanted to sit and perch by the window and look out and that's all I want to do right now. I just love it. I think the thing for me is this was written 200 years ago and it was such a controversial book of its time, and it still carries that controversy like today.
And another who's been seduced by the film is Lucy Roberts. 1 million have watched her reaction to them taking on reading the book.
I find the book incredibly difficult to read. I think it's easier when you're in school and you have like a teacher kind of guiding you and helping you with like the language and the themes and all that. So I was kind of doing my own research as well, trying to understand it more.
Have you seen the film?
That's just the premiere.
And your thoughts?
I think it was amazing.
All of which raises the question, what does Howard make of this? To museums, it's the premiere.
When you were in that premiere, what were your feelings when you watched it?
It was just so exciting, emotional as well. So the nature and that beautiful landscape and hearing those words. And I did get really emotional. There was one point where my colleague had to put a hand on my arm and check I was all right.
Haworth is bracing itself, and it's not as if it's already a popular destination. I met local historian David Pearson amidst the throng of visitors on the famous steam train that runs up to Haworth.
People sometimes say it's going back 60, 70 years where you get on the train, so that the modern world leaves you and this world envelops you. What is the point of sometimes when people think it's not real?
So people don't think Howard is a real town?
Well, increasingly, you go there, and when I live in the bottom there, you get people saying, the people look at it, and they think it's like Disneyland.
They think it's a film.
Oh, yeah.
Haworth is a real place, not a film set, but this new film version of their local classic is definitely getting people talking. I met Louise at Luby Lou's Ice Creams.
Are you looking forward to the film?
I'm quite excited about it. We're going to go see it. A few of our ladies down the street. You know, the whole sense of down the street is quite exciting. People are, coming in and like talking about it. So that's good, isn't it? It's got to be good for everybody.
Are you prepared though? It's a bit saucy, I think.
It's a bit saucy, but the royalties were also, advanced in their writing at the time. Their novels at the time.
So it's a bit of short stories and chronicles.
All right, okay. Well, I will wait and see. Gosh, you seem like you want to go on the
Yes, probably, but whatever anyone makes of the film is a Bronte moment from Yorkshire Village. BBC News.
So it's the film has been released in time for Valentine's Day this weekend. Are we going to get a break from the weather from Ben Staff? Is there any good news for it?
Yeah, there is. We should have a good Valentine's Day weather actually. There is plenty of sunshine, and it will be cold. And that's the theme of things to come over the next few days. It is going to be turning colder. We'll see a mixture of sunshine and showers, but it'll be a welcome relief from all the rain that we've had. At the moment, we've got this area of low pressure across the country. Heaviest of the rain, strongest of the winds towards the south of our region and towards France, but further north, we've got strong easterly winds around, and that's pushing rain and some hail snow again in towards eastern Scotland, which have seen a lot of rain for the last couple of months. So windy, strong easterly winds in the north, strong south-westerly winds through the channel. But it is milder in the south, much of England and Wales, in double figures, near 13 degrees, given any sunny spells that we've seen across southern areas. Now, this rain across France will graze southern England for a time through this evening and overnight, somewhat heavy, but it will move out quite quickly. The rest of the country will stay rather grey. Further rain, time, some snow on the hills across the Scotland. I could see a bit of an ice risk across the far north of Scotland, as temperatures are already falling here with increasing chance of wintry showers. Elsewhere, it's going to be pretty grey with outbreaks of rain, limited sunshine, probably the best in it, South Wales, South West England, and it's against here where we'll see the last of the mild air, 10, 11 degrees. Elsewhere, it is turning colder. That cold air doesn't really dig in until we head into Fridays. That low pressure cools away and we start to see northerly, northeasterly winds develop, and you see the blue colours edging away southwards throughout the day on Friday. So a notably cold start to Friday, with again an ice risk across central northern areas. But look at that, some sunshine. Some showers get to our coastal areas, so it is turning colder, and slowly that brighter, cold weather will filter southwards. And I think for Friday afternoon, much of England will be rather grey, but it will be colder across the values. Saturday, cold, frosty start with a risk of ice, but crisp, bright, and sunny with light winds.
Stop drinking your wine.
The temperatures don't seem ridiculous, but maybe a chilly one. As we see the injuries, we see some shooting snows and bumps into the Sunday, for most of us, it's going to be a breezy day with sunshine and showers. And as we head to next week, there will be more rain at times. We're hopefully thinking that the rain will move on quite quickly now the breeze pattern we've seen. So staying on central.
Britney Spears has sold the rights to her entire music catalog. BBC understands the deal, which was made in December with independent music publisher Primary Wave, is worth $200 million. For artists like Springsteen, and Shakira have also recently sold their catalogs too. That's all from today's BBC News at 1. Of course, you can always keep up to date with all the latest stories on the BBC News website and on BBC News app. That's all from me. I'm Lewis Gordon Jones. Enjoy the rest of your day.
school and home in Western Canada.
Can't imagine what the community is going through, but I know it's causing us all to hold our kids a little bit tighter tonight.
The BBC sees details of a document apparently sent by Andrew Malbec in Windsor to Jeffrey Epstein that includes information on investment opportunities in gold and uranium in Iran. Iran puts on a show of strength to mark the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution, weeks after the revolution killed thousands.
Even in the short time
Yeah,
Tehran, we can feel it when we speak to people on the streets. The pain is still there.
Iran, the Prime Minister's president, says the two party figures linked to convicted sex offenders.
And how dare he criticize us? We want the ones stuffing government with hypocrites and paedophile apologists.
And a brave Australian boy who swam for hours to get help after his family was sent out to swimming pool. He had a call he made on a beach in shore.
You know, they couldn't get back to shore, and mom told me to go back to get help.
Hello, I'm Lucy Hawkins. Welcome to BBC News Now. Canada's Prime Minister Mark Carney says he's devastated after 9 people were killed and dozens injured in a shooting in the west of the country. It's one of the deadliest mass shootings in Canada's history. Now, this video from the scene shows the aftermath of the shooting, and what you can see here is people evacuating the school as a helicopter arrives. And this video here shows armed police, and they are rushing into the school. It's in British Columbia school in a rural town called Tumbler Ridge. Police say 6 of those killed were found inside a high school, and 1 person died on the way to hospital. The suspects also attacked the school. 2 people were found dead inside a residence nearby. The shelter and police alert said the attack identified the suspect as a female in a dress with a
Students feel the horror of a mass shooting in their school. 9 people have been killed and 25 injured in a rural Canadian town of Tumbler Ridge. Police said the attacker also took their own life. 2 of the victims were found in a house in the town, 1 died on the road to hospital, 6 others died at the school.
For instance, goes throughout the halls and shoots through people close the doors, stuff like that. I thought it was a secure home and something like that at first. So once things started circulating, we realized how serious it really was. So we all barricaded up the doors with some round tables and sat in that room for around 2 hours as on my phone with my mother the entire time.
Tumbler Ridge has a small population of fewer than 2,500 people. The shooting has had a profound effect on everyone here.
The people of Tumbler Ridge remain in a state of crisis, following one of the worst mass shootings in our province's and country's history. This is a devastating day, and the loss being felt is profound.
We can't imagine what the community is going through. But I know it's causing us all to hold our kids a little bit tighter tonight. It makes us think about our kids' safety. When they're going to school, take it for granted. You go to school, you come home safe. And events like this give us pause.
Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney said he was devastated, posting on X, "My prayers and deepest condolences are with the families and friends who have lost loved ones to these horrific acts of violence. The Government of Canada stands with all British Columbians as they confront this horrible tragedy." Sitting at the foothills of the Rocky Mountains, 1,000 miles north of Vancouver, its community is shaken by what is an extremely rare event in Canada.
This kind of thing doesn't happen here.
Get the brush on.
Kind of on one hand, the instances that I recall knowing, not necessarily in my lifetime, but certainly this is a rarity, and it's something that I don't think we're really aware of how to process here.
Police say the identity of the attacker is known, but have so far not revealed their name or gender. This is a tragedy, though, which will no doubt affect everyone in this tight-knit community. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Standing associate as a CBS News foreign correspondent covering the story based here in London. He told me more about the show.
The closest location to Jamaica would be Vancouver, which is something along the lines of 500-600 miles.
Look at everything. Look at everything.
Here. This is very remote. There's an old mining area there. But also, in terms of these matches, it's superbly rare. Actually, to hear homicides in the country, according to U.S. statistics agency, all homicides in the U.S. of Canada, we're seeing about 38% of deaths here. In terms of Canada's gun laws, gun ownership there is regulated at the national level, tougher than the states, but still, according to the Firearms Act, it does allow people to have them after extensive background checks. Those guns have to be kept locked and loaded, but then there's been a national freeze on ownership. But still, in addition to this, Canada's Department of Justice has noted that British Columbia, where Timber Ridge Secondary School here is, has more gun owners than any province there in Canada.
And I mean, obviously it's very early in the morning, people still not up with the time of notice, indeed they have been to bed. But have we had any updates from officials about those that have been injured in this attack?
At this point in time, authorities haven't released any of the names or the ages of any of the survivors, let alone the victims here, trying to make sure that we're the next of kin, but of course we will be looking out for any information in addition to the suspected shooter, from what we understand, described as a woman, but also as we understand they know what they identified.
Yeah, we will wait for those details and certainly bring out the results when we get them. When you talk about reaction from around the world, I see some, the world leaders sending their condolences. Mark Carney definitely said he's devastated and has postponed his trip to the New York Security Council.
Absolutely, Mark Carney staying in the country, but also across Europe. Many leaders weighing in, French President Emmanuel Macron, for example, France, says that his country is standing alongside the Canadian people. He noted that horror has struck there and his thoughts are with the families of victims. And Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese also expressing his shock, saying that he's saddened by news of this attack. And we're hearing from previous American President George Chancellor talking about how he's deeply shaken about this news. We'll also see Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky further weighing in on this and said that he's shocked as well, that tragedies like this should never happen anywhere.
BBC has seen an official document which appears to be sent by Andrew Windsor to the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein in 2010 when the government Italian day. It includes information prepared by UK officials on investment opportunities in Afghanistan. The claims are currently being assessed by News. Our correspondent Sean Ogden has been answered.
The really important context for this is because of sexing claims and even Martin Windsor for official documents to Jeffrey Epstein. That's what Andrew was the UK's head of. And we knew from the weekend, from some of the emails and the Epstein files, that Andrew appeared to be forwarding information about his role to Epstein. Now we know what's inside is one of these documents. And it's a very detailed overview from the UK government perspective, prepared for Andrew on investment opportunities in Afghanistan. They go into some detail about the sort of minerals that might be extracted, presumably the money made out of it, things like gold, uranium, possibly oil and gas. And so it's from the UK government's perspective on what kind of opportunities there are for investors in Afghanistan. And that was forwarded by Andrew to Jeffrey Epstein. And already we've heard from Felix Cable, who at the time of these emails and these exchanges was the business secretary and so in charge of trade. And he says it was appalling behaviour to share this kind of information with testing.
Can you remind us about this job that he has as a trade member? What are the shots?
Well, it came forward in 2001 until 2011. That's partly because Felix Cable says he heard about the associations with Epstein and closed them down. But the job really was an unpaid for the UK. We're trying to encourage investment, we're trying to encourage other overseas people to invest and fly the flag for UK trade overseas. And if you were to be charitable, you might say that this latest Afghan document was Andrew seeking investment for projects that the UK might support in Afghanistan. It was at a time when Britain was very militarily, politically invested in rebuilding Afghanistan. That would be one interpretation. What is more difficult is why what is clearly information prepared by the UK government officials with their names on it and his name on it. This is the GPA consent to the exit. And that's the problem that the conclusion.
And it's not just this document around Afghanistan and Hamas, there are other documents, other visits made out of things that he sent to different.
Well, we know that when he was a trade envoy and on a series of visits to Southeast Asia, reports on those trips were prepared for by government officials. He also seemed to be forwarded directly to Epstein. We don't know yet what's in them. We know a bit about what's in them. We don't yet know what it is. And separately, there's also what appears to be maybe another tranche of information sent to Epstein by Andrew, which is just as overseas bits in another way. We don't quite know what that means, but it seems to be in the context of trade trips as well.
And just word absolutely kind of police and what they had said. There's being looked at, but there is no investigation.
But we're at the stage of an assessment. So these claims are being made, and the BBC at the weekend found suggestions that information has been shared about UK trade activity. And now they have a bit more information from this for the content of the What the police now have to do is decide whether to formally investigate. Now that's a very long way from charging or prosecutions or any sort of practice. It would be quite a major headline-making development were they then to formally proceed an investigation. We also have to say what very important to say that Andrew Windsor has always denied any wrongdoing in association with Epstein and also has denied any personal gain from his time as trading. He's always been very adamant about that. But there's all these conversations about imagining with Epstein, we're at a point where we're figuring out the person making a very big decision. What's happening? I don't know what's going to happen in this station.
If all the Florida police chief has said Donald Trump called him in 2006,
tomorrow show 57.
Received the calls from Mr. Trump. The US President has consistently denied any wrongdoing in relation to Epstein and said he did not know. So can't he lied to the US now?
I feel what sure. Like sure I use our pussy. Oh, and daddy. Daddy link up. Yeah, funny. Daddy go party. Oh.
And the president repeatedly shielded him.
So yesterday, I didn't go yesterday. Put up some draping, some curtains. Yeah.
Survivors everywhere.
You know, I wonder where you find someone where they're on the wood and
Let me be clear.
So,
we need this administration to care
I
about
can't
child sexual assault.
we will not fall every minute. So she has said, I'm going on to get you. So I don't know, check a virgin. I can't afford it.
At 10 a.m.
Because it's not very idea.
Pan bonding.
You don't know what can turn on me, take a one for.
In
Can't
House
get no here.
Judiciary Committee.
So yeah, I know.
And we are all
Very
going
not
to
her,
get
she said she'll buy a cake
and
and
grill her.
so yeah, I do know. Oh, you don't know what you don't want to know where you live. That's right.
Of these ones who found her name.
Maybe I really say about problem child. That's baby.
All exposed in
But she has a Sunday, she has celebrated her strong.
at serious. And it is a chilling effect for every other survivor. Now it is my honor and privilege to turn it over to a brave and courageous woman,
What we drink?
Teresa.
We invite a couple of the virgin. I'm a Shibu friend. So you know, it's time to know.
Hi, good morning. Here we are again. We're not going anywhere.
No, one of them are thief over here like
Well, we've seen that in the middle of the road, there's actually in many ways this is just
No, I want them. I want from out there crew.
I stand here in support
A long time Shibu not good.
for all of these women here beside me, all of the women across this nation,
Oh, the same girl.
for my own children, for myself, for every one of you out there in this audience who watch right now. This is survivors.
No. I want to say
This
that.
nation is full of survivors. We're going to stand and we're going to fight, and we're not going to stop because that's the right thing to do. We stand here also with the support, and we pray that there is nonpartisan support.
You can't camera see up on the road and talk to the people there and say stop watch.
This is one of the most important monumental steps for survivors. And the world is still watching. No one's turning away from this. It affects every single person here. It affects every single person in this administration. They have wives, daughters, grandchildren. Every single person. This is not an issue that's going away. And we're not going to stop. And I feel that this is a real, today and beyond, a real demonstration of integrity. And as my dad, who was a very, very smart man, used to say to me, Dr. James Helm, the proof is in the pudding, so we're going to find out. Thank you.
First, I want to recognize Representative Nancy Day standing with us today because, as we have always said, this is a non-partisan issue. What I know, what we know in the sexual violence arena is that there are more sexual abuse, sexual assault, and trafficking victims in the country, in the world, than any other tragedy. And consistently, those victims and survivors are told one of two things: shut up or move on. And as I understand it, when we spent time in Republican Judiciary Committee members' offices, they were very compassionate, passionate, caring about this issue. They support us, they want transparency, they want justice. And what we've heard is that they've been told to shut up today and not do the hard thing of asking questions about the egregious job done by the Department of Justice in the drop of files. And we've heard that the American people have been told to move on. So I'd like to present three options to Republican House Judiciary Committee members. They can either do the bravest thing they've ever done in their career, and they can ask the hard questions. They can do a second thing, which is a really hard thing to do. Refuse to be complicit and move on. Just say, I am making a statement and I'm going to move on from being part of this administration. And they can do a third thing. They can yield 1 minute of their time to Thomas Massey, who happens to be a lawyer in this issue, and let him speak for them. That way they are able to hold their position of leadership, but make a stand showing their constituents, who are all victims and survivors, that they believe in. So today the question is, those in the Judiciary Committee, the Republicans, are you going to have courage, or are you going to be complicit? Thank you. Good morning. My name is Laura Bloom McGee. I am a survivor. Speaking my truth courage. I stand here every day.
That's why it's
Store up things for you.
billionaire. Them man rich and even chump, you know. And them man make chump and the whole of them make money, you know. That's why I say Prince Andrew and all of these member of parliament and them are friends. So they just give him their money to gamble. And then stock market and make millions of money. Oh, them are saying no dead, no dead, no. Because they can't make a man like that dead. They have the whole of the country with money, you know, they own. Yeah.
Even worse,
I see all of them a friend, man. I like top man, my friend. What do you think? You think I didn't just see my life him like that?
integrity and pursuit of justice should be non-negotiable, and we will no longer negotiate with people or institutions that fail us. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Danny Benstein, and I'm an Epstein National Survivor from 2004 to 2005. The last time I was in DC, I asked everyone to close their eyes and think of a teenager that was close to you. I asked you to make it personal. Thinking of your child, your sibling, your mother, or you even at an early age. I asked you to visualize that teenager at the door of Jeffrey Epstein's mansion, and I asked you if you would let them enter. Well now, I want you to visualize something else. I want you to think of that same 14 to 18-year-old. I want you to imagine that they've since grown up, and one day you find their name and all of their identifying information in the Epstein files, alongside intimate, horrific details about their lives, sexual abuse, and trafficking. You look further, and maybe you even find a new picture. You try to understand who could be responsible for these crimes, and try to find who's responsible for the crimes themselves, only to find that the perpetrators' names have all been redacted. As you read on and take in all the heinous acts, you begin to see how the system repeatedly failed. Realizing that it was hard enough to endure the abuse, you begin to understand the endless re-traumatization. This time, it isn't a monster pedophile who is doing the extreme, but our very own government. I dare say that everyone was a survivor of abuse. My ask is that you keep this.
Some of them must give them money. Some of them come out now.
We are all human. And that is accountability. We owe it to our former selves, we owe it to the next generation, and we also owe it to those of the past. We need to believe women who bravely stepped forward with Maria Farmer did in 1996. We need to pass Virginia's law to eliminate the statute of limitations. We need survivors to be taken seriously. There should never be a limit on justice. And the DOJ needs to do its job. You left the rest of the files and start the investigations. Start the investigations on the things that are in the files right now. During my time with Jeffrey, I was always amazed that he made me feel so special, like we were the only one in the room, and then he made me like Please will not be silenced and grow me this time. Thank you.
Oh, so he is a mother.
Hello, my name is Liz Dunn. I'm filling basketball in Jeffrey Epstein. I when I was a senior.
This sound man in a prison show say man.
So my man never scare your name.
This is about politics. This is about people in power and vulnerable girls and young women. A partial release of these files by the DOJ, riddled with improper redactions that expose the vulnerable and shield the powerful from accountability, is not justice. It is false.
A big man back when I do that, you know. You see through that man sitting on a chat on my and know so she don't know. You understand? Then I rate her like that.
She don't know
And neither should you. This is no longer about us. This is about survivors of sexual abuse everywhere. They are watching us. And if you think that this does not affect you, 1 in 4 women in our country have been touched by this issue. It affects all of us. We are being watched, not only as survivors, but as advocates for those who cannot come to speak up.
Every time I want to go to Jamaica, that's some child.
An opportunity to send a strong message that we will not protect people who victimize children.
Family and the virtue.
Yo, I need it, my color book.
Look at me over your teeth.
And that we will stand behind
We keep hearing our press secretary and our Department of Justice and other government officials saying they're
About the paper, by the time we get back, so, because them time you know you get back on tax rebate and all that. Oh, I get back to about 2 and all that. Tax rebate.
We cannot move on. As survivors of this
She has said to me, say,
without changing this narrative. So I ask you all to stand behind us and demand accountability for our government.
So we get back £100 this week from penalty for him to pay. So they're about to give me points, so give back my money.
Hello everyone, and good morning. We are here today asking for basic safety, dignity, respect for survivors and Americans. We stand here today, united and strong, and we are asking for something simple. Treat us like human beings. We have families, we have lives, we do not cause this to happen. We should be the ones who incur the cost again. Documents are released. We are demanding that the DOJ take the time to fully and respectfully redact survivors' identities and any identity details. We also need to address the allegations contained in these materials. Every credible allegation must be taken seriously and investigated thoroughly, no matter who the person is, how wealthy they are, or how connected they are. We understand that these are allegations and due process matters, but survivors are human beings who share something horrific. They deserve to be heard, and they deserve a real investigation, not dismissal, delay, or silence. So everyone watching, stand with survivors, demand accountability, demand transparency, demand investigations that do not protect the powerful while exposing the vulnerable. And those who were involved, those who know what happened, those who enabled it, those who stayed silent, do the right thing. Answer the questions, cooperate, because the survivors are done hearing the burden alone. Moving forward, we, and when I say we, I mean the whole world, expect true transparency and justice for the 100%. I want to emphasize that after I reviewed the unredacted files yesterday and discovered that no top individuals were involved, I'm left wondering, why didn't we start an investigation? Behind, especially in a nation that prides itself on justice. This is what we believe in, and this is what we demand. So the real question here is, when will the Department of Justice start investigating not only the allegations, but to the powerful men that are being tried? Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We are here today as survivors and as the families of survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. We're here as the family of Virginia Roberts Dupre. My name is Scott Roberts, and I'm the brother of Virginia Roberts. Here, I'm for you. The way this administration, and you specifically, have handled survivors has been nothing short of a failure. I have a message from Annie Farmer. She's not here today, but I love her to death. Believe that. She said, Pam, do your job. Do your job, Pam. And I feel that. There are serious questions that demand answers. Why are the perpetrators' names being redacted while survivors' names are left unredacted? We are done with excuses. We are done with delays. No more lies. No more deflection. We want answers, and we want accountability. Virginia was not a headline. She was a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a human being. She carried what was done to her for years and still chose to fight, not just for herself, but for others who were afraid or silenced. And we need to say this plainly. The handling of the Jeffrey Epstein case has been mismanaged again and again across administrations, across agencies, and across years. That failure is not abstract. It has caused real, lasting damage to survivors, and that is not up for debate. We're here to see whether our representatives will stand with survivors, not with excuses, not with delay, not with political convenience. We're here to see whether you will ask the hard questions that have been avoided for far too long. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Amanda.
I will America.
By the way, you and your leadership in this department have treated survivors. And today, while you're being questioned, we ask you to look in the eyes of every single
party with them and then drunk and fucking.
Virginia who paid the ultimate sacrifice for the trauma that she had endured. We ask you to remember the accountability means real answers, not evasion. It means transparency, not more hiding. And we ask Congress that if Pam Bondi has been found where you have misled or gave false testimony, you must be held to the same standard as everyone else. No title, no power, no connection shall change that. And to the American people, take heed. Be mindful of any government or any powerful people who try to tell us that what we lived through is not real. That what happened to us didn't happen. Who ask us to doubt what our ears can hear and what our eyes can plainly see. That is how abuse is protected and that's how it thrives.
Fight for young get that, you know, man.
We are
Wow,
here
cool.
because survivors
Enough guy would take and enough give it to
people
it.
did to them behind closed doors. While institutions have continuously looked away. Today, Congress has a chance to prove that this country is still not looking away. We are not here for theater, and we are not here for talking points. We are here for truth, we are here for justice, we are here for accountability, for Virginia and every survivor.
Hi, my name is Charlene Richard, and last year I stood here as a survivor demanding the release of the Epstein files. Today, I stand here again as a citizen demanding accountability. Now, Congress is questioning Pam Bondi of the Department of Justice about the handling of the Epstein Transparency Act. Let's be clear. Survivors are furious. We watched the Justice Department botch practices so badly that victims' images were exposed while predators' identities were kept hidden and protected. That does not feel like an accident or clerical error. It feels like betrayal. The people who were supposed to protect us instead shielded abusers and re-traumatized survivors. And we're expected to accept that as standard procedure? We do not. Pam Bondi claimed she was defending the independence and integrity of the Justice Department. But survivors have every right to ask, where was all that integrity when survivors were exposed? Where was that independence when victims were silenced? Where was all that commitment to justice when the truth was buried to protect These are not partisan attacks. These are demands for basic human morality and accountability. Officials are accused of weaponizing the Justice Department We know exactly what that means because we've lived through the consequences. This inquiry confirms what survivors have known for decades. The Justice Department has been influenced and manipulated in ways that harmed us. We are told to wait for transparency, to trust a system that already failed us, to accept redactions that protect the poor and expose the powerless. But our trauma wasn't delayed, our pain was not postponed, and our trust has been shattered. So I will say what many survivors feel. Pam Bondi and the Justice Department failed us repeatedly across administrations, across political lines, across decades, and the people who have the authority to intervene chose silence, secrecy, and self-preservation, and cruel injustice. I'm here to make sure no one in the Justice Department, no matter their title, rewrites history or escapes accountability. And so today, I'm asking survivors, allies, lawmakers, and citizens to refuse silence, demand oversight, demand transparency, demand a Justice Department that protects the vulnerable instead of the powerful. Stand with us. Speak with us. And do not look away. Accountability will not come unless we insist on it together. Thank you.
Of course.
And I just want to let members of the media know that because the judiciary is starting soon, some of the survivors are going to go take their seat right now. But we are going to continue this press conference because we have a few more important statements to make. And Representative Hicks tonight. All right, thank you. Good morning. For thousands of years, women have been considered second-class citizens. Back to the book of Genesis, chapter 24, when Dinah was raped by a prince. They tried to negotiate a deal to sweep it under the rug until her brothers took up swords. And today, the Epstein survivors who are here, advocating on their behalf, want America and the world to know they are no longer second-class citizens. And women in this country should never be treated like second-class citizens. And their stories are truth. Their stories are real. They're vulnerable. It is traumatic, and it is lifelong trauma for each and every one. I have lost all faith in the justice system today, but I have not lost faith in the stories of the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And I want survivors to know that the world is watching. And you must show them we're made of. We're made of the courage of the Epstein survivors. We're made of the bravery of the Epstein survivors.
No, too
We're
slow.
made of the truth of the Epstein survivors.
Too sharp here.
And we're here today to demand justice for the Epstein survivors. Because their stories are our stories. There are judges all across the country, all across the United States of America, who are revealing the names and the identities and the residents, the addresses, the contact information of rape victims everywhere. Rape victims who come forward and name names are sued by their rapists. This is happening not just to them, but to them everywhere. In my case, I was law enforcement over 2 years ago. Evidence on a silver platter, saying not a single person arrested, not a single person in jail. And so the days of the cover-up are over, and I am begging the media, don't make this partisan. This is about the victims. And this will go down, the Epstein saga, and that's also go down as one of the greatest cover-ups in American history. And I'm going to stand with the Epstein survivors until my last breath to ensure that the rich and powerful do not
days are over. I hope that reaching out to the princesses, the prime ministers, the former presidents to know.
Epstein and the boss.
Are numbered.
Chill about again, I'm on Shabba is a bar. They don't know why you call everyone them done.
You could have done more if you could have
Survivors, we stand as survivors, you can see the sign there, and lawmakers addressing the media. This is ahead of the Attorney General Pandora, who in the next few months or so is planning to testify before lawmakers of the House Judiciary Committee. The Trump administration
swallow a cup of Viagra before you realize it has to be.
and case records.
Oh, back in the days, man. What that
To
thing,
remind
man.
you that the department recently released more
What's that young girl,
documents
stand at ease now.
including the woman we just heard
Yeah,
about.
I think my father was there, right?
Yeah, man, and a teenager, them, man.
17, 18.
Teenager party hard, you know.
Bodies,
Teenager, they want party hard, man.
in Virginia, it's not black, nobody's a girl. It's titled that because she felt she belonged to no one.
Hey, brother. It's got it like that, man.
Abused and discarded. Jeffrey Epstein can rot in hell,
Two shots.
and Ghislaine Maxwell
Man,
can
it's
go
not
soup.
very good.
All of those co-conspirators and accomplices deserve to be named and shamed. Because as Virginia once said, if we don't know who they are, the monsters are still out there harming people.
What
So
them?
thank you for being here today. This is a season of
Get Oli, man. Very enough for them.
So I have to be direct. Survivors gathered here today. I'm so grateful for their courage and leadership and equally devastated and curious about what they have endured. You were failed by so many powerful people who could have protected your child. You were failed by a government that ignored your cries for decades. Truly an institutional betrayal.
Rating.
Every bone in our bodies for you. The files that have been released have further detailed a vivid picture of depraved behavior and dehumanization, violent violations, hurt and harm. No person, no child should ever endure. It is an abuse and harm that changes you on a cellular level for the rest of your life.
Bye, Pamba.
Invisible scars, burdened by shame. Let me be clear, the shame is not yours to carry. Shame on the people that abused you. Shame on the government that failed you. The shame is not yours to carry. And we must meet your courage with real action. And again, although our lawyer survivors have left to take their seats at the judiciary hearing, I'm speaking to all the Epstein survivors, but to all survivors for whom the Epstein survivors are current advocacy for. This moment requires that we meet real action. Powerful abuse have been protected by institutions that are more concerned with the wealthy and well-connected than censoring survivors. The Department of Justice must continue to release files, and they must correct wars as we demanded from the beginning. The identities of survivors in these files must be redacted and protected. And this can't end with the release of the files. We must see thorough investigation, followed by swift accountability for all that enabled and incited this abuse. Words are important, but actions are not. And that's why we will not yield. Thank you for being here today, and our work continues.
Good morning, everyone. I am Congresswoman Melanie Stansbury, and I'm so proud to represent New Mexico's first congressional district and to stand with the survivors, and to be joined by my colleagues from the Oversight, Judiciary, and other committees of jurisdiction in this case. While the survivors have left to attend the Pam Bondi hearing that starts in just a few moments, we will stay for a few extra moments to answer questions of the press. You see behind me members of the Oversight Committee that have been engaged in a months-long bipartisan investigation in the
chicken
Epstein
from
case.
there, no.
Let me begin by saying one thing. Believe the
bird and get fried.
Believe what you are reading. They have named the names, and for the last 20 years, justice has not been served here in these United States.
Last 20 years.
20 years ago, in 2007, the U.S. Department of Justice and the FBI drew up a 56-page indictment that included
Who's that guy?
two federal crimes.
Set up.
And his co-conspirators, and 1 year later, dropped the case. In the years that ensued, hundreds and potentially thousands of additional victims of sexual violence the United States government failed to act. Today, that same injustice is continuing right now here in the halls of Congress, the halls of the Department of Justice, and yes, in the halls of the White House. Late last night, I posted an FBI file that names names. That is the FBI's file. Those are the names of rich and powerful people, including presidents. That the FBI
Listen, man, where?
in the Epstein investigation based on victims'
Yeah.
Believe your eyes. The names have been named. They are in the public domain. They are in the file, and we will unequivocally, we will keep naming names. What we do as members
stop
of
telling
Congress
lies.
have access to these unredacted files. Let us be clear. The law is clear that these files should never have been redacted the way that they are currently. It is very clear that the United States government is involved in an active cover-up and protecting the allies of the President and the Department of Justice, and that active members of this administration have lied under oath to the American people and to this Congress.
That was a very good break. Yeah, try again.
Governments across the world are acting. Governments across the world are demanding accountability. People are rising up. Survivors are coming forward. People are naming names, and names are being taken down. Yet here in the United States, the injustice that has spanned now 2 decades is continuing because of an active cover-up by the president himself. So what we ask all of you, the American people, members of the press, the eyes of the world who are watching us here in the United States, believe the survivors. Have courage. Do the right thing. Because the survivors have already had the courage to say those names over and over again. And they have more courage and guts
In Bernie Island, I'm alright, and I'm down to Jamaica, so
than most of
you can't
the
steal
people
it.
in this town.
They call it and get out of legacy with it. Trick shot. Trick shot. Yeah, good the man is.
I sick in sick on them.
Nah, man, I prison you there. Dead in the jail.
We will follow every lead and justice
No, my God, that's enough.
be served. And to
Yeah.
every survivor
I'm
out there,
coming now, I'm
here
going
in
to use
the
the
United
toilet talk on
States
the
and
town.
across
I'm
the
going to pick it.
world, the millions of
Chicken, next
survivors,
week I got chicken.
girls,
I'm over here chicken and blood. See,
people
this is how
we know the
I'm listen, Greg.
are honest. We stand with you. We are fighting for you. You are not alone. And whether you have come forward or not, we want you to know that we are fighting
I'm not right here, on. Hey, somebody come and left your car. Yeah, my friend, man.
And so with that, we will open it up for questions. And we will, some of us are going to head over to the judiciary
Let me say before what we've been hearing is a survivor of Jeffrey Epstein and also lawmakers talking to the media, giving very powerful testimony about what they've been through. Lawmakers saying they stand with survivors demanding accountability. Some of them saying that survivors have done
I work every million too, but you know this. I work my ass off for 30 years, yeah.
Because in the next few minutes or so, we are going to see the US Attorney General Pam Bondi from the Trump administration testifying before lawmakers and the House Judiciary Committee. So all the survivors that were gathered around, they're just left now to go to where the committee is sitting. There's 44 of them on the committee. There'll be questions being asked throughout the day, and they really are expected to place hand on over the handling of the administration's
millionaire, you have to mean to all yourself. Yeah, have to. They need food. Me, I have to mean, you know, giving nothing. I guess the rich man stay rich. What do you think my friend they have money, Brendan and the woman? Them don't spend nothing so easy.
And if they're spending, they know they're getting it back. That's the only way they're spending.
So we just had that press conference from lawmakers, bipartisan lawmakers, and some of the survivors.
Cut in the car. You played this before? I say you played this before? The trouble I got with this is my glasses, you can't see.
Because yes, there will be questions about
Ooh, shut up. Man, looking to get yourself a ball there, but watch yourself.
Run out of petrol? Oh. Run out of petrol, Rastafari. Break up guys. Push up.
Because remember, there was that commitment.
Okay, that one there, that one there.
The Department of Justice has identified around 6 million files. Deadlines have been passed. Right now we've had about 3 million files.
Can't see. If you don't mind me saying, you're too high up. You need, the idea is, you need your eye in line with that. Yes. So you literally need to get down there. If you get up here, you can't see the line of the ball. You need to be down here. So I used to play it a lot, but my eye's gone and I can't play it anymore. You sort of have to look over here. Yeah. So when you go down there, you sort of look here, you can't see shit.
Transparency and then also accountability. It is essentially one of those survivors who said we've seen that testimony. This is not the end of the road.
Yeah, me, listen man, I just pay so much fucking money to these people that I gotta keep a check on it all the time. Hang on, you had 2 shots now.
So certainly there will be some tough.
You have 2 shots, yeah, you only took 1. Yeah, no, that's why. I thought you were studying the game, you know what I'm saying? I thought you were doing a Hendrick.
When we transferred the trade area. He denies wrongdoing, but it does include information prepared by UK officials about investment opportunities in Afghanistan.
Come on, fellow, I'm still gonna get to another job.
I'm on yellow.
Yeah.
Special group campaigning for the abolition of the monarchy. Thank you for joining us, Graham. How damaging do you think these letters are?
You've never played this game before. Yep, he's a hustler, mate.
I don't play that well enough. I could have played good enough, but sure.
I was just saying, Tim, I used to play a lot, especially snooker. Used to play a lot of snooker.
Yeah.
But past is 2 shots, so you end up looking over here, and you're gonna see the damn thing. And he's too high. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Way too high for them shots.
Senior lawyers and government electorate were aware of a lot of this, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it, and have sought to protect our ground themselves over quite an extended period of time. Now, these latest revelations, of course, what is really
You keep playing a man like that, Robert. Is that why you're playing so hard?
Similarity is almost indistinguishable from what was alleged around Peter Anderson. Now, the reaction to that was pretty quick from politicians and from the police. Police were knocking on Peter Anderson's door within 4 or 5 days and taking him away. Comparing the choice that to police's reaction to various allegations around Andrew, and you can find
the red one, you know, the black one. I just think the red one, I think the black one has gone in the other one.
raises a lot of questions for the royals, for the police, and for several people in government circles.
Well, the police are, of course, looking at all the files at the moment at Sal's police, and we should remind people that Andrew has consistently...
Yeah, 5 minutes. It's at 3 o'clock.
So listen, I know black man and time.
Prince William as well. So they would cooperate really kind of
I line them up for sometimes it hurts, you know. Sometimes they're down. Might as well play the lottery, go buy some tickets to the
Now, come back to that moment with Charles, the statement from the palace saying they'll cooperate. So, well, you can wait for a long time to cooperate, and that is the absolute bare minimum you would expect from anyone, let alone the federal state. So, you know, what we really have to do, bearing in mind this wasn't, as I say, statement from one of the staffers, what really we ought to see is Charles and William in front of the camera, saying very clearly,
not one moment.
The police should not be at all afraid to go anywhere that the evidence
2 shots, right?
they could be absolutely free with every access they could want to any documentation held by the palace, held by Andrew, or anybody else. What was his?
There's seems to be having a few problems. You also aware that that is all we have time for. Graham Smith. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
CEO of Republican Pressure Group Campaigns for the Abolition of Monarchy. More details from Sean Coghlan, our correspondent, about these latest emails between Andrew Martin in Windsor and Jeffrey Epstein on the BBC News website and more here on BBC News. Thanks so much for having us.
What was going through my mind that Monday morning was all the places that could have been affected. I specifically spoke down in the middle of nowhere.
Without bringing new people into the game and inspiring the younger generation, the game will continue.
We did get about 150,000 tons of those.
So you remember that? You want to practice how to play this game properly? Hang on a second. You finished with them? Yeah.
Maternity care under strain like never before.
Sorry, they don't have to spot. If you want to play this game, to learn how to play this game, see if you do that. Watch that right, please.
Mums and babies being put at risk.
And you usually set and move forward.
Yeah, play the white ball from up there, through the center, hit here, and then it go back up. That will teach you how to cue straight. That's how snooker players practice. That's what they practice. Now you're playing a straight line, normally you have the dots, so you can put them there. And you practice, you got cue down here, hit the cushion and go back up there. And if you put inside on the board, it's either going to hit those before it gets down here, or it's going to hit them on the way back. And that way you know you put the side, automatic side on the ball. And that's how you learn to cue straight. See what I'm saying? Now that's the drill. If you can go through that drill and get to that whiteboard down there and back up without touching them. There you go. And if you can do that 10 times, you're beaten.
It's unfiltered discussions about things that matter to you. So join me every week for Politics Live tonight at 12:15 on BBC Two and iPlayer.
It's not an easy game, but seriously, people think, oh, it's so easy, all you gotta do is hit the ball. It ain't that easy. That's true. Yeah. And that's, if you get time, that's a good practice. Just practice that, and that will teach you to hit the white ball straight.
Iran is expected to dominate the agenda
for his sixth visit in each President Trump since he returned to office last year.
Another news this hour. The BBC sees details of a document apparently sent by Andrew Windsor to Jeffrey Epstein, which included information on the gold and uranium in Afghanistan. At least 9 people are killed and 25 injured.
Let me put one in and have a knock about. I ain't played this thing in 20 odd years. How much is it? Huh? Oh. Gee whiz.
You used to play with
10 Tell me about it. This is before, not long. It's a long, long time I haven't played this.
Weighing to make a second US Armada
I'll hear you. Well, you're only paying like that because you're paying him. You see how this man going on now? Eh? You see how the man going on now? I'm telling you. Eh? One lesson. Well, I've got one in. Been a long, long time. Yeah, it's 20 years. Took up work instead of play, 2 shots. Got one more.
Do you expect President Trump to bring up the issue of the West Bank, perhaps as a sort of leverage to whatever discussion they're going to have about it? Because we have seen him and indeed other world leaders criticise the Israel on the West Bank.
If I play a few games, you get back to the rhythm.
Yeah. Again, that's how we understand.
No, you got another.
We don't believe in a while. Like,
Yeah, like I said, 20 odd years now since I played pool or snooker or anything like that.
Do you expect them to discuss Gaza at all? There is a great concern that perhaps President Trump's interest level has moved on there.
Grinders are back.
Presents the chair in global security and geostrategy at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. Now, as we've been discussing, there are high on the agenda for this meeting between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu is that situation in Iran. Inside the country, state media is giving extensive live coverage to pro-government rallies, commemorating the anniversary of the Islamic Revolution after the party to show their loyalty to the regime. The ceremonies are a month after
Anywhere beyond Iran?
began a brutal crackdown on widespread anti-government protests. Thousands of people were killed. The BBC is saying that for the first time since that crackdown. Human rights activists say they confirmed the killing of more than 6,000 protesters at least, warning that the final death toll probably will much higher. Watching international correspondent is reporting on the condition that none of the material is used on the BBC Persian service. Now, these are restrictions that apply to all international media organizations. Lisa sent us this video of the Iranian capital.
Is what the government wants to see on the streets. People coming out here in Tehran and in cities and towns across this country to show their support to the Islamic Republic and the revolution, now 70 years old. It's a public holiday today, and here in Tehran it feels like a family festival. Iranians waving their flags and chanting slogans in support. This is the government's political reply to the unprecedented protests which swept the streets here in the capital and across Iran and were put down with unprecedented force. Today was the country's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, who addressed the main rally, accusing people who are described as the enemies of the revolution, including in the United States, and said we're trying to bring down the revolution. It was instigating unrest, especially among the youth. He also apologized to Iranians for their efforts and said the government was listening. Governors have 47 years.
BBC there reporting from Tehran inside Iran. And as we've been saying, this is really the main subject matter that Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump will be discussing today. The reason why this meeting is taking place a bit earlier than it was supposed to take place, a little bit later in the month. For his March, Prime Minister Netanyahu currently is meeting with Secretary of State Marco Rubio just across the road from his here in Blair House where he's staying. Last night he had a meeting with Steve Woodcock, the President's Special Envoy, and Jared Kushner, the President's son-in-law. All of that to do with sharing intelligence and moving along those talks that we saw taking place. Another very busy day at the White House. Now, the BBC has seen an official document which appears to have been sent by Andrew Mackman to the Epstein in 2020. And it is the trading war, information investment opportunities in Afghanistan. So this is more coming out of the Epstein release of 3 million or so documents. So this is this confidential brief, and he says in the notice to Epstein, it's a confidential brief produced by the provincial produced in the same month that he visited Helmand, saw the UK troops there, and it basically gives the assessment of the economy and the business opportunities there, including significant high value mineral deposits, so talking marble, gold, uranium, thorium, also possibly oil and gas. Now, why is that? According to official guidance, envoys have a duty of confidentiality, very sensitive commercial and transport information regarding their actual visits, and this has been drawn up by the UK government to Andrew in his workings in that law. I should say, it's not sort of speaking honest to the BBC, suggested that actually trading might legitimately have shared information with potential investors, encouraging to transact. However, his table, who's a business says that sharing information with all
Good. Come on, left. Still, I can't do it.
when he found out
I can't do it.
good shit. And obviously, as we know, it has been complete names to Central Discovery Pacific, the anti-American group. So they are assessing whether they've done investigations.
All you needed was what?
Suspecting this kind of official secrets relating to this and some other confidential information that comes sent to Jeffrey Epstein, I should say. For example, because things is strongly denied any involvement in his association. Right, welcome to the UK. This is BBC News.
Alright. Take it on there.
It's coming. Oh my God. One second, I'm coming. Oh, these fucking people. Yeah.
Yes, you're right. Yeah, good, man.
Welcome back. We're going to take you live to Washington, where the U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi is appearing. Pam is expected to press up the Justice Department's handling of trials and Epstein.
That's my Laura Owen McGee, Denny Benson, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Scott and Amanda Roberts, or the family of the late Virginia Dufresne, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. And you're not sure about who's in the victims' names, Attorney General, but
whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicide.
Now this is the thing is that you need to get done. If you're not done, if you're down here, you're literally looking at a straight line between the Q, the white ball, and the red ball. If you're up here, you're not really seeing the line. So the idea is to get down where you can see a straight line. So when you hit, you're going straight through everything.
You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in Epstein's files. But you
there you go. Now you see.
Because there's
Tricks of the trade.
But we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there. And you also took down the Department of Justice prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not.
Yeah, man, the second also.
Release it. Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators, apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty towards more than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked. This performance screams power. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia reported in her remarkable book over these girls. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, humans quickly moved her from a high security prison to a minimum security in Texas.
Okay, so let's see, I've got 700 now.
Including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy program. All because Todd Lynch, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell, co-conspirators, spent 9 hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who brags about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, the father of 2 shot and killed by an ICE agent in L.A.? Or the family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school. There's no sign of any movement in the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into your nation's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Tuck, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Christy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's bidding. Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function. DOJ, including some of your unoriginal employees, have refused your lawless orders. Daniel Sassoon, the original pick for acting U.S. Attorney Manhattan, resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor Eric Adams as a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who spoke to Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagen Scutton, an Iraqi war vet and two-time Bronze Star recipient who fought Chief Justice Roberts, and then Justice Kavanaugh, he resigned too. Right into your When the president nominated Eric Siebert, a 15-year career prosecutor, to be very prosecutor in the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Conner, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Pelican, his personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago doctor who had zero prosecutorial experience and no qualifications. And then you were humiliated when the federal court found that this court appointment was blatantly unlawful without Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected their vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting for indictments against Letitia James and Cindy Lee. Just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders. You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who were veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights. I hope you will keep the wisdom and constitutional patriotism of those grand jurors and not try it again by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Roosevelt, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud in court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently incredible, totally inconsistent, and so insidious that the court is left with no confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra hours of questions today. So we need like 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient. Your voice to American victims, to survivors, and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. That's just one round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. The Senate, you brought something that you call the burn book. The binder smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions, and when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when you reclaim our time, that means you stop. If you don't, we'll ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you, the American people, itching everywhere, deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel. Future Attorney General and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. Thank her for appearing today. She will begin by swearing in. Raise your right hand.
Alive.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? The record shows that you are seated, and please know that your written testimony will be
you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe. A little over a year ago, I was sworn into office as the 87th Attorney General of the United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission after years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization. The Department of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 23%, gun assault down 22%, drug assault, robbery, on and on. Crime is declining. This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell a reported yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens. This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis. These are two iconic American cities that spent years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with the Democratic leaders. Public safety is not a party registration. When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of responding officer. They ask for help. We have federal agents in each and every life condition. They're here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some don't. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are quote at war with the federal government. They encourage widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in avoidable clashes on the streets, as you've all seen, between rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rebels. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by protective lines of law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our citizens. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as and as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartels are being shot down by our military out the border, protecting the as we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. You fought for it at non-stop flood of bad faith restraining orders from liberal activist judges across
America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration. It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic institutions. In spite of this unprecedented populism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings out of the U.S. Supreme Court. Ending the weaponization of the prior administration by Washington based on prosecutions, exposing the Arctic frost to sea, restoring 1 tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands painstakingly reviewing millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by our legislation to protect the news. You brought us with the first narrative that was reportedly released. We immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourself. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the incidents I'm a career prosecutor. I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for any victim, has failure, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, FBI is ready to hear. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated. The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700 child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 700 victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI. Today, we look forward to discussing shared obligations to protect American
Obviously, you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between social and white collar crime, and doing so as a terrorist at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and the ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack, and they try to I personally want to apologize for those who or even stand with their lawbreakers listed on this Saturday. My job generally is to concentrate on that subsidy. Also going to today, one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of our decree judges. And Chief Justice on that. We're trying to expand the court. Later on, 677 district court. But you create because judges, particularly immigration judges, who do so in order to state court, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim
listen, what
mistakes. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused better or worse, the release of millions of people with no pieces of paper saying, I want to congratulate you on that. It's an accomplishment you must not take credit for, and the other side would never give you credit for. But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have burned out their people, people who have victimized our communities, is extensive. And although the overall number is because of places like my home state, California, you're unable to apprehend people that most sheriffs won't apprehend. They desperately want to cooperate and they're prohibited by law. And this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to extend that considered to be exceptional just because the city was declared sanctuary. That I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that in fact have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation is so few, because the three judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that probably the judges who make the decisions, including immigrations and to stand aside in the production of individual productions. Because I think
all right.
And take care of it. I know it's going to bring some this is my point. That's why I'm told. That's why
speaking out in demanding accountability to bring the drivers and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what ours are. In violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of
We don't practice on this. Plug it in.
An email from Epstein to a man whose name
name was redacted. The email reads,
Yeah, no, it is.
"Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see
I have to go back to the next one. Come the next one, but you can't too long to start with a short one.
the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon.
I said,
have you a white man about the table that they did not have it? Watch. Somebody go resign at the table from
The more run or resign.
One name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also new photographs and physical identities of survivors who have been Department released the names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades."
play it slow.
Survivors in the room.
Play it
If you are
slow.
willing, please.
Yep, the next one in now.
And if you are willing,
Let's say black traffic this way.
we have still not been able to meet with
Okay.
the Department of Justice.
Traffic man. Go on, black traffic.
Please note for the record that every single survivor was raised here. Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what you did through the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to the record and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the
That was a shot. You never come over no more. Yeah. Come over on the side and recite it on camera. Yeah, that was a shot. Shots my youths.
Congressman, you said before, Merrick Garland
Where number can get it? The rest are steaming up. Chicken fried. The sandwich there. Next one nice ketchup sauce. Ketchup sauce. Next one nice sauce. So the sauce will make it nice. Yeah, so they make you barbecue sauce.
The survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to and apologize for what your Department of Justice is.
China man and the man come.
That's not accurate, Mr. Chairman. Like the answer. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask Merrick Garland. I'm reclaiming my action and I will continue to it is. I'm not going to get in the gutter for her theatrics.
Time belongs to the gentlelady. Gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just. Chairman, I'll correct it. What I'm not saying. No, I'm not answering a question.
Chairman, you restore her time. The witness is interrupting.
With this woman. If she's going the outlet, we have.
Gentlelady from Washington controls the time. Gentlelady has 17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be.
Right.
Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein
That's something most car bomb buckler. No matter what president in the fuck what president never do.
And you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list only to say that there was no list. Your deputy, Todd Blanche, met alone with Elaine Maxwell and transferred her to a minimum security prison. And now you continue the cover-up. And I wish that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human
Now recognizes.
just stick this one in and alright, stop it. You take up, buy one and let the one just
In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million in DOJ's asset forfeiture fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those former service members, including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you were willing to work to ensure those families that the petitions will be removed or should be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
We are aware of this, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
I appreciate your answer. Now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702. January 2025, we testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause. Quote, you still hold that view today, I assume.
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to the for searches of American data, preserving every
set it up, right?
Continue to keep Americans safe while also doing warrantless searches of U.S. persons' data.
Stop this. Yes, guys, I'm going to stop this. Thank you for watching my stream.